Hello everybody, we are back on the air. There have been some new developments and just figured we should come back on and do some more coverage. There appears to be an American jet fighter that appears to have maybe been shot down by friendly fire in Kuwait. I am seeing reports of explosions in countries. I'm seeing a report of explosions in possibly Bahrain and Kuwait happening. So trying to get you just get caught up here. I'm seeing some reports in the last couple minutes of where is this? Hold on a minute. Hold on a moment here. What's this? I need 2 seconds here. Give me 2 seconds. Let me just refresh something here. I got to refresh something here. So just give me a moment. Got to get everything set up again here. But let's, again, hearing some reports of some explosions in different countries. Again, that thing with that appeared to be an American fighter jet that might have been shot down by friendly fire. It looked like the pilots ejected, but I got to get caught up on that. No official word on that I've seen. So let's just take a second. Let me just get caught up here. I'm just getting on the air. Let me just get a couple things where I can see them, and we will get you up to date on things. So just hang on tight. Thanks for your patience. I'm getting set up right now. It's a bunch of things I have to open up here. Okay, now here. Now at the moment, I don't have like footage. If I get footage from one of these countries where there's like reports of explosions and I see smoke or something, I'll put it right on the air. I don't have any of that yet. But let me try to get a handle on what's going on here. Again, I've heard, I saw a video which showed apparently Iranian missile explosion or explosions in Bahrain. And I'm hearing about something about Kuwait now. There's possibly smoke near the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, possibly. Let me also post a link. Let me post a link to my X account. I'm going to pin it in the chat because I'm posting a bunch of stuff on X too. I don't have the rights to all these videos and stuff, but I am posting stuff. So for more photos and videos, see Steve's X feed, and then hold on. Then I'll post a link to my feed so you can go over there. Just hang on a moment. Hang on a moment. I posted videos of that plane, that fighter jet, that appeared to possibly be shot down by friendly fire, with possibly both people inside ejecting. And then there's a video that purports to show the pilot in the back seat of like a station wagon or something. I am pinning this on there. I just pinned my X account on YouTube, and I will pin it on Twitch as well. I don't even know if we might be on too late for the moderators. If there's any moderators over there on Facebook, that'd be awesome if you could pin it there as well. Let me just pin it over there on Twitch. Pin Okay, so I got it. I got my X feed. So you can go to my X feed and see a couple videos of this plane. Yeah, it looks like maybe local people helped rescue the pilot, or were taking care of the pilot. So I'm not going to, you can go into his and watch the video. The video shows like this plane dropping out of the sky. Christian Trebert with the New York Times says, footage shows an F-15 crashing west of Al Jarrah, Kuwait. Cause, malfunction versus shoot down is currently unknown. Both pilots appear to have ejected and survived. Geolocated the crash site, geolocated to west of Al Jarrah in Kuwait. Then there's another video which I posted. You can go to my X feed and see it, which appears to show the plane getting hit. I've seen some discussion of possible friendly fire incident. I thought I did post that one. Maybe I didn't post that one. Hold on a second here. I don't know. Maybe that video was from something else. Anyway, so I don't know why this plane crashed. Possibly friendly fire, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, Christian Trebert also points out that there is smoke in the sky, which I thought I saw a video actually of the thing getting hit. All right, I believe it was an American plane, but we got to talk about some of the other things going on. Let me try to figure out what's going on with Kuwait right now. Al Jazeera says smoke was seen rising from near the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, a Reuters witness has reported. All right, hang on. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best here to just. Oh, I got video. I got a recorded video, not live video, but I got a recorded video from AFP. Smoke seen rising from the compound of the U.S. Embassy. I'm going to put this up on the screen right now for you. Smoke seen rising from the compound of the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City. I'm getting this video for you right now on the screen. So please bear with me. One moment. Why is that not working? One moment here. One moment here. Why is this all funky? Let's try this again. I might have to switch something up here. Let's see. Hold on. I am going to show you this video that I am seeing right now. It's a recorded video from Kuwait of smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City. If I can just figure something out real quick here. May have to restart this thing. Things are acting a little funky. Is this going to cooperate with me? Ah, it worked. Okay, here it is. I'm putting it up on the screen for you right now. Hang on. I'm getting it on the screen. No, it's coming in a second. I see it right now. I can see it. Now I'm going to show you. Here it is. I know I keep saying this, but I'm not kidding you. Here it is coming up. This is a short while ago. There. Look at this. This is smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait City. Smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait City. It's a short video, but AFP says this is the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait City. So we'll just let it repeat for a second. All right, I'm going to have to download that video so we can play again. That was smoke seen rising from the compound of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. Not in Beirut, in Kuwait City. Okay, so we looked at that. Just hang tight for a second here. There's a bunch going on. I don't know what was going on with that, however. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. Hey, something interesting also I wanted to show you here from Ali Larijani, who is seen as possibly, he's one of the most powerful people in Iran right now, and he's seen as a possible successor to the supreme leader. So I just saw a couple things he posted. If you bear with me for a second here. Ali Larijani posted and said, if I can pull this up for you right now. Here. 2 hours ago, Ali Larijani said, we will not negotiate with the United States. Now, I don't know if that's true. He says, we will not negotiate with the United States. Also, 2 hours ago, he said Trump has plunged the region into chaos with false hopes and is now worried about further casualties among American troops. Through his delusional actions, he transformed his self-made slogan of America First into Israel First and sacrificed America's soldiers for Israel's quest for power, and with new lies, he once again imposes the cost of his cult of personality on American soldiers and families. Today, the Iranian nation is defending itself. The Iranian armed forces did not launch the invasion. Hang on. Recent posts from Ali Larijani, considered a possible successor to Khamenei as supreme leader. Khamenei Reuters says that, hold on here. He has emerged as a power broker. Oh, no, okay, and it says here, let's see here. He is the secretary of the Iran Supreme National Security Council. All right, give me one moment. Just give me one moment. Ooh. Al Jazeera does not list him. Well, I want to be clear here. I want to be careful about calling. I've seen him described as a possible successor, but maybe I'm wrong. He's not listed in the Al Jazeera article. CNN says who are the contenders? That's interesting. I thought he was a contender. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I'm not going to post he is. I'm not going to worry about it. We're not going to get hung up. We're not going to get hung up on it. Maybe he's not a contender, but he's one of the most powerful people right now in Iran, Ali Larijani. Okay, so I thought I'd show you that. Anyways, let's get back to the situation at hand. Again, we just saw a video of smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait City. Let me actually pull up that video again, if I can. I know I can. And, all right, I'm downloading that video of the smoke seen rising from the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait City. By the way, Reuters and AP now both have advisories on their feeds. And the AP one says, under military censorship rules, the AP cannot show interceptions or disclose the exact location of the strike at this time. That's why they cannot show the skyline during the missile alerts. Similarly, I think I saw a similar one on. I thought I saw a similar one for Reuters, but maybe I'm wrong. I thought I did. Anyways, again, AP is saying they are not allowed, because of Israeli military censorship rules, to show the skyline during the missile alerts. And I'm waiting for this video here. Oh, I have the video. I have the video from Kuwait City. Here is the video again from Kuwait City. Oops, that's not the way I wanted to do it. I want to just play it. Look, here. This is the video from AFP, right here. Smoke rises from, they say this is smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait City. So, we're going to keep an eye on that. There was video before of apparent missile hit or missile hits in Bahrain, trying to figure out exactly what is going on. I need one more moment here. Waiting to see if I get a live from any of these places. I have a bunch of skyline video, but that doesn't really, show you much new about what's going on. So let me try to get you updates here. Again, I have some videos of skylines, but that's not, I can put one on the screen for you. But again, my understanding is that the Israeli government is not letting news agencies actually show the skyline during missile alerts. I'll put one up for you anyway, just to have one up there. As I mentioned before, we talked about it before, a fighter jet appeared to crash in Kuwait. It's unclear why it crashed. It may have been friendly fire. It appears that two pilots ejected from this plane. I have posted several videos of this on my X account, which is linked in the chat. By the way, the embassy travel.gov US says, State Department says, Kuwait, this is from 48 minutes ago, there is a continuing threat of missile and drone attacks over Kuwait. Do not come to the embassy. Take cover in your residence or on the lowest available floor and away from windows. Do not go outside. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait urges U.S. citizens in Kuwait to shelter in place, review security plans in the event of an attack, and to stay alert in case of additional future attacks. U.S. Embassy personnel are sheltering in place. Actions to take. If you hear a loud explosion or if sirens are activated, immediately seek cover. If in a home or building, go to the lowest level of the structure with the fewest exterior walls, windows, and openings. Close any doors and sit near an interior wall away from any windows or openings. If you are outdoors, immediately seek cover in a hardened structure. If that is not possible, lie down and cover your head with your hands. Be aware that even if the incoming missile or drone is intercepted, falling debris represents a significant risk. After the attack, stay away from any debris and monitor major news outlets for official guidance. That is the U.S. government less than an hour ago saying there's a continuing threat of missile and drone attacks over Kuwait. I cannot steal video I don't have the rights to. I appreciate people sending me links. The entire internet is not my video storehouse to steal and put on my channel. I can only steal the video that I have the rights to because I've paid for it. So, not steal. I can only use the video. I'm not stealing it if I have the rights to it because I've paid for it. I can only use the video I have the rights to. In the case of the videos from the Middle East, the vast majority of the time, that's going to be stuff I bought. So I appreciate you sending me links to stuff online, but I cannot steal that video and just use it on my channel. I am going to show you now. I have a video. There's a video from Dubai, which is not showing much. Let's just see what we end up getting here. I had another video which disappeared. For the heck of it, I'm going to put, just to show it, I'm going to put the Haifa video up, but it's not that exciting. This is a video of Doha, Qatar, as several blasts heard in Qatari capital, but I don't really see anything on the video. But I'll put it up just to have something on the screen for now. Here is, hang on a moment here. This is Doha, Qatar. And let me just look and try to get updates on these different reports. There's a bunch of reports of explosions in different countries, but hard to tell exactly what's going on. So I'm just trying to get updates here. Just need a minute to look. Here's Doha, Qatar. Bear with me as I check for updates. Thanks for your patience. Hold on, let me see here. Let's try to figure out what is going on in all these places. Bear with me. I still don't know what's going on in Kuwait City. I got to check some different sources here. check some Middle East sources, some Israeli sources. And again, there is video that's been floating around of smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy. I don't know why in Kuwait. I don't know the compound. I don't know what happened there. Why can I not see this? Yeah, they posted, hold on. 40 minutes ago, we saw the video. They said, by the way, an hour ago, AFP said, fresh explosions heard in Bahrain capital, Dubai, and Doha, report AFP journalists. Now, N12 News posted 20 minutes ago claiming there was an attack on the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain this morning. There are videos showing, I posted one before, showing all this smoke in Bahrain. I don't know what's going on there. What is going on in Bahrain? I posted a video before, I'll post a link in the chat, showing all this smoke there. But it's hard to figure out exactly what's happening. A lot of rumors. Again, I see different outlets saying reports of an attack in Bahrain, and it's just unclear exactly what's going on. Some claims say a U.S. base was attacked in Bahrain. That's not clear to me that happened. Let me try one other thing here. Al Jazeera also had said about 27 minutes ago, smoke rising from vicinity of U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. Al Jazeera 7 minutes ago, air defenses intercept missiles and drones that attempted to target Erbil International Airport in Iraq. Reuters reports 3 drones shot down over Erbil Airport in northern Iraq, where U.S. forces are stationed. It looks like Iran is launching a lot of different drones and missiles at other countries this morning. That's what it appears to be happening. There's a video I just saw that from N12 News that supposedly shows an Iranian missile hitting a port in Bahrain, which N12 says was transporting American logistical equipment in preparation for a bombing in Iran, according to Iranians. I don't know about that, But it certainly appears to be a video of a missile hitting a port in Bahrain. I'm just seeing that right now on Telegram. I'll try to get you a link for that video. It's unverified. The Salman port in Bahrain. See if this works. And then there's claims of smoke rising from the U.S. base in Bahrain. I don't know if that's true. It's very confusing. There's a lot going on this morning, and it's very hard to figure out exactly what's happening. We don't have people standing with live feeds at these sites, and I wouldn't be surprised if the countries where places like Bahrain and Kuwait are not letting people, live stream from these sites. I would not be surprised if that's happening. So it's very hard to tell what's going on. Did that video work? Okay. This is an unverified video of missile strike. Hold on. I'm going to post this right now. Unverified video purporting to show missile strike. What is this? Where did I go here? There. Purporting to show Iranian missile hitting a port in Bahrain. Well, the source that's posting this has been good on a lot of stuff. That's the thing. It's not, the account that's posting it appears to be a reliable account to me in terms of the video stuff they're posting. Let me just see if I'm seeing this anywhere else. I haven't seen it many places yet. I'll keep an eye out for a second. I'm not going to post it quite yet, but I have a guess it might be legit. All right. again, it's difficult to really see. We're hearing about explosions in Bahrain, in Kuwait, and trying to figure out exactly what is happening. It is difficult. Yeah, N12 News Israel is saying that the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain was attacked. Oh, N12 News posted this as well. And the video I just told you about of the port, missile hitting a port in Bahrain, N12 News has posted this. N12 News Israel posted this on their Telegram. So they just posted it, N12 News. And I mean, they're pretty reliable. So I'm gonna post it and say they posted it. Okay, if you go to my X account, you will see it. If you go to my X account, you'll see it. I just posted it. I'll post a link to it too in the chat so you can see it. Again, I'm sorry I don't own the rights to the video. I just posted a link to my post, so you can go see it if you're on X. It's at Lookner. My X account is pinned at the top of the chat. It's pinned at the top of the chat. Rainbow says the Bahraini Ministry of Interior made it a legal violation if anyone publishes videos from event sites. I can't confirm that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's true. I can't confirm that myself. But again, we're not getting a lot of updates from these different countries when we're hearing these reports. And again, N12 News, they posted on Telegram that there was an attack on the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain this morning, and they have a video of smoke. I can't find out anything about it. I'll post that video in the chat as well. That N12 says is of the Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain. It's a weird situation. We're getting all these reports about things happening, but it's very hard to confirm exactly what's going on. A lot of confusion right now. And I think a lot of these countries are controlling over what actually is allowed to go out. So you're not getting, who's in a different country, you might see a lot. Hey, a quick thank you. Hold on. I just want to thank our moderators. We have... let me just thank our moderators real quick. We came back. Roberts Mayqueen is there. Thank you, Roberts Mayqueen. I just came back on there because it just seemed like a lot was happening. Good luck, Duck. I got that fire and Surly Dev moderating over there on Twitch. Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha moderate for us over on X. Hang on a moment. I know By the way, I know that there's really nothing going on in this live shot. I don't have a live shot where there's a lot going on right now. So it's just the way it is. So you're not getting X. I'll put it up on the screen for you. Remember, many reports say that the 3 U.S. soldiers who were killed in Kuwait at a military base during an Iranian drone attack. I have yet to see any video or photos of such an attack. It was never reported, that attack. It only has been reported in a bunch of news outlets after the U.S. said that these people died, hours and hours and hours and hours after it happened. So I wouldn't assume, oh, well, if any of this stuff really happened, you'd be seeing all these channels report on it. No, not if the government there is like, you can't report on this. Thank you to, so it's hard to tell what's going on right now. A quick thanks, I wanted to thank a couple people real quick. Sorry. J.A.D. Swonderful, Brian Beelman, thank you. Courtney Scott, she said she saw a feed of Tel Aviv intercepting missiles. I haven't seen in the last few minutes missile alerts, so I'll keep an eye out for them. Maybe there were. There have also been cases where people said to me online they were seeing things, and I think people might have been looking at old video, because that happened a bunch last stream. There's no missile alerts right now, but there have the last missile alerts, according to SOFAR Red Alert, were 56 minutes ago. That's SOFAR Red Alert. Anyways, but maybe your post was before that. Thank you so much to Courtney Scott. Also, Pyro Dude, Rainbow, Jay Bartley, J Mac Daddy Funk, Forge in the Forest, Resistor CIO, Soap Dish Mama, hold on, is the game on? Boulevard Recording. I'm not going to be able to do all this now. I just want a couple more here, and I'll get to more later. Louis R. Hey, Louis R., that's really kind of you. Thank you, Louis R. I really appreciate that. Also, Eyes Only 77. No, I mean, I wasn't off the air that long. I got off the air and I had something to eat, and then I just saw all the stuff going on, so I was like, we should come back on the air. J.A.D. Wonderful, thank you. And Quiet Storm, Emma Pasquale. I'll thank some more people later. Stevie Ray, Thomas Kruger, Jonathan Manson. All right, let's get back to the latest updates. I keep looking to hope that I'll get a live feed that can give us some more information about what is going on. There's multiple reports of explosions in Bahrain. I've seen videos of it, but I'm not really seeing reporting on it. There's N12 News Israel claims the 5th Fleet headquarters of the U.S. was attacked in Bahrain. AFP has a video from like an hour ago that they say shows smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait City, but it's just very hard to figure out what's happened. There's videos out there that appear to show a U.S. fighter jet that crashed in Kuwait, and it looks like both the pilots ejected, and there's a video that appears to show one of the pilots being cared for by locals in like the back seat of a station wagon. Don't know the details. Oh, there's a video of a man apprehending the pilot. John Marquis posted a video that supposedly shows a man apprehending one of the pilots who ejected from the fighter jet. I don't actually see the man in the video. So confusing. Anyways. Oh, hey guys, here's an update. Here's an update from the War Zone knows their stuff. The War Zone is a military news site. And let me show you what they're saying about this. F-15 spins into the ground while on fire in Middle East. The F-15 was filmed in a flat spin and missing its vertical tails while on fire before hitting the ground. So let's see what I'm going to post a link to this article in the chat so you can read the whole thing. I just posted a link, twz.com. So the War Zone says details remain very limited at this time, but an F-15 went down in the Middle East. Accounts online claim it occurred over Kuwait. Videos show the aircraft in a flat spin while ablaze, with its vertical tails missing and fire coming from its empennage, I guess if that's how you pronounce it, before crashing into the ground. At least one crewman safely ejected. Unconfirmed reports say it was a friendly fire incident, but we cannot confirm that, nor who the jet belongs to. The Israeli Air Force or the U.S. Air Force are highly active over the area to access Iran, primarily via eastern Iraq, as well as defend against incoming drones. Both countries fly F-15s. Saudi Arabia and Qatar also fly F-15s in the region. The aircraft looks like it could be a Strike Eagle derivative, which is flown by all the countries listed, but that is also inconclusive at this time. So they don't know who it belongs to, they say. Let me skip down a little bit. A video shows one crewman without any visible insignia on his uniform on the ground and standing near his parachute. I haven't even seen that one. Another one shows him or another crew member in the back of an SUV in relatively good condition. Oh, I'm looking at a video now. I'll post a link to where you can see the video of at least one or more of the pilots on the ground next to the parachute. I just posted that in the chat for you. Oh, the videos are posted. Go to the article. I'm going to post a link to the page. If you go to this article by the War Zone, you can see all the videos, or a bunch of the videos. I'm posting a link to the War Zone article right now. The War Zone, twz.com. If you go there and scroll down, you'll see all the videos. They posted like 10 videos. The War Zone says the threat of friendly fire is very real, considering how many missiles and drones Iran is firing west and how much damage these weapons can do, as well as all of the tactical aircraft coming and going. It isn't clear if the incident had anything to do with Arab countries such as Saudi Arabia signaling they may jump into the fight, even in a defensive manner. Doing so is more complicated than it sounds, and the U.S. and Israel may push to see that this does not happen, as deconflicting the airspace and integrating other allies into carefully crafted battle plans is extremely challenging at this stage and fraught with risks. Prior to this incident, Tyler Rogaway said it is easier said than Fatux Network said it is unlikely that Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and other Gulf states will just keep absorbing Iranian blows for long. Officials in the region say one possibility is to start targeting missile and drone launch sites inside Iran. Wall Street Journal. Tyler Rogaway of the War Zone said easier said than done. They have very capable aircraft, but deconflicting air operations and altering planning may be more trouble than it's worth and invite risk, at least at this stage. So we do not know what that aircraft was. He also said, I think Tyler did this article, Tyler Rogaway. He also said mechanical failures of a catastrophic nature also happened. We just don't know what occurred at the time with this jet. So that's a very good summary in that article of what we know and don't know about this plane. So I'm going to, one more time, I appreciate them letting me show you some of that. I'm going to post the link. Go to the War Zone and you can read their article about it. They say it is not known why that plane crashed. There's a lot we don't know about what's going on this morning. What is going on in Kuwait? What is going on in Kuwait? What is going on in Bahrain, for example? Now, there is a video on Al Jazeera. That looks like a video. That's a clip. Al Jazeera is showing a clip of a video. I thought they were showing a live video. Al Jazeera Arabic. Hang on a moment. Does AP have a report about Kuwait City? AP has a report about Kuwait City. Fire and smoke are seen inside the U.S. Embassy compound after an attack by Iran. Okay? AP says fire and smoke are seen inside the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait after an attack by Iran. That is from the Associated Press. No, I don't have other details. Fire and smoke rise from inside the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait after an Iranian attack. Video obtained by the Associated Press showed the smoke with an alarm wailing. That's from Associated Press. AFP. An AFP correspondent saw black smoke rising from the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait on Monday, with the diplomatic mission telling people not to come to the premises as Iran pressed on with a third day of attacks. We don't know what happened there. So the AFP and AP are both reporting this. But we don't know what happened. AP says it was an Iranian attack. Oh, Faytux Network said Semaphore says a drone strike hit an oil refinery in Saudi Arabia earlier this morning? Hold on a second here. Reuters says this too. Reuters says a small isolated fire is under control at Saudi Aramco's Ras Tanura refining facility following what appeared to be a drone strike earlier in the morning, a Semaphore reporter said in a post on X, citing sources. So I don't know if it's small, but again, we have a report that a drone hit the Saudi Arabia. I think Saudi Aramco is the state oil company. It's the largest refinery in Saudi Arabia is the Saudi Aramco Ras Tanura refinery, and a drone has hit there. That's the state-owned oil company, okay? So, Multiple reports say that a drone hit the largest refinery in Saudi Arabia and caused a fire. Reportedly a small isolated fire which is under control. And we're still waiting to figure out what is going on at the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait. Let me just show you something here. In case you haven't seen it, I have a short video from earlier. You see, AP says fire and smoke are seen inside the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait after an attack by Iran. See that? Let me show you again this video. It's short. This is a video from AFP of that compound. That's it. That's the embassy compound. AFP says that's smoke coming from the compound. I don't know what was going on there. Kuwait City. And again, AP is reporting fire and smoke are seen inside the U.S. Embassy compound in Kuwait after an attack by Iran. Let me try to get you an update here. I know there's not much to look at on the Doha Qatar shot, but not much to look at in any of the live shots I have available right now. The Beirut one might be more interesting, though. I might put that one on. That might be a little more interesting than this. Yeah, I just get the sense that there's a bunch of stuff going on where that information is not being allowed to come out about. Again, it has been reported that a drone hit the biggest oil refinery in Saudi Arabia and caused a small fire. Let me put up on the screen now, just to have something there. I'm going to put the Beirut feed up, I think. If I can. There it is. So this is just to have it. By the way, if you missed it overnight, Hezbollah in Lebanon fired rockets at Israel for the first time since November 2024. And Israel has said it's going to carry out a strong campaign against Hezbollah. They already started bombing in Lebanon overnight, Israel. So we could see some attacks today in Lebanon by Israel, some airstrikes. Trying to look for some sort of, I think Iran released a statement about their attacks. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay, I have a statement from the Revolutionary Guard of Iran about the latest attacks. The Revolutionary Guard says the 10th wave of Operation Promise of Truth 4 opened huge doors of fire to the occupied territories with the maneuver of Khyber missiles. We advise the residents of the occupied territories to stay away from military bases, security and government centers, and leave the occupied territories immediately. This is from the Revolutionary Guard of Iran. They say, the 10th wave of Operation Sadiq Promise 4 opened the gates of fire to the occupied territories with the maneuver of Khyber missiles, they say. A targeted attack on the Israeli government campus in Tel Aviv, an attack on military and security centers in Haifa, and an attack on East Jerusalem were some of the goals of the 10th wave. I don't know if any of these things actually happened. We had previously warned about the expansion of the attacks on the bases and occupied territories of the aggressor enemies and announced that the sirens in Israel would never cease. We now advise the residents of the occupied territories to stay away from military bases, security, and government centers and leave the occupied territories immediately. I don't know if by occupied territories, do they include, is it like only Israel and the West Bank, or are they talking about like places like Kuwait? I don't know. Anyways, that's their new Revolutionary Guard statement. Because they were, it appears that Iran was not just firing stuff at this morning at Israel. Reports of attacks in a number of other countries. There might be audio on this. Not that it's that exciting, but it's something.
هدف يتحول إلى ما يقارب إلى 80 قذيفة وهو ما يصعب استهدافه والنقطة الأساسية والجوهرية لهذا الصاروخ أنه يغادر المجال الجوي وبالتالي هنا يصعب رصده. إذا تقريبا هذه وسرعته كذلك قد تبدو أكثر أهمية بحيث تبلغ سرعة.
Person was talking. I think we're good. I think we're going to be good. Hold on. I got a little audio from this shot without talking. I'm seeing supposedly a new statement from the Israeli military. Yeah, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says, look at this. Lieutenant Chief of Staff General Eyal Zamir says the military has launched an offensive campaign against Hezbollah that will likely last several days. We have begun an offensive campaign against Hezbollah, he says. We are not just on the defensive, now we go on the offense. he said during an assessment following Hezbollah's rocket and drone attacks on Israel overnight. We need to prepare for several days of fighting, many. We need strong defensive readiness and continuous offensive preparedness in waves, he says. You might be seeing more strikes in Beirut. Oh, hey guys, so I will post a link if you want to watch the video, but I've seen a number of posts about this. Roy Case of Israeli Reporters says he posted a video which he said is of, you can see it says a facility belonging to the oil giant Aramco in Saudi Arabia was attacked by an Iranian drone. A fire broke out on the site. So it doesn't look like a small fire. But I'll post a link to his video. I've seen this video posted elsewhere. I'll post a link in the chat. But again, multiple reports say an Iranian drone hit the biggest oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. So I just posted a link to the video in the chat. Keeping an eye out for more reports. Again, there are multiple reports that say the U.S. Embassy, that smoke was coming from the U.S. Embassy complex in Kuwait City. No idea what happened there. Multiple reports of explosions an hour or two ago in Bahrain. N12 News Israel claimed that the U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters was attacked. No idea what's going on there. Very little information about this reported drone strike in Saudi Arabia on the largest oil refinery in the country. AP says, smoke seen over Kuwaiti neighborhood home to the U.S. Embassy. Well, they actually they specifically said, that's an older report. They specifically said, AP, if I can find it here. Fire and smoke are seen inside the U.S. Embassy compound after an attack by Iran in Kuwait. Let me check a couple other sources here, sorry. The buzzing is probably, I'm guessing the buzzing is an Israeli drone. That's what my guess is. This is Beirut, Lebanon. Israel says it's going to conduct several days of strikes there. Yeah, I'm guessing the buzzing is a drone. Often we used to hear that when covering Lebanon stuff. Thanks to Preciousify, Anthony Miller, Mr. Cyfex, Rokai, Silly Goose, Mr. QQQ Crash, Least Trustworthy Weasel, Kevin Price, Rural Artist, Babinski, Utah, Hugs and Stuff, Cali Guy, Allie B from Tennessee, Live Animal, J80's Wonderful, thank you. Post-Nap Plays, thank you, Rune1033. Trying to just get some more information about what is going on. Also, quick thank you to Mark Vaccaro. Thank you, Mark Vaccaro. I see a lot, people are sending me a lot of videos from around the web, and a bunch of them I can't verify. Black Irish is wondering if Iran's use of drones will restrict the amount they can send to Russia, and whether that might hurt Russia's effort in the war against Ukraine. It's an interesting question. I don't know. So I'm just checking also some of the messages people have been sending me. Again, I mean, we've seen all these reports that a drone struck the biggest refinery in Saudi Arabia. There's a video floating around which shows like a big, all this smoke. And one report says it was a small fire. Is it really a small fire? Was Saudi Arabia just saying it's a small fire? It's a state-owned oil company. I don't know. Thanks, Buckeye Bubba mentioned AZ Intel posted a video. Now, where is that coming from? Ah, I see. John Marquis verified a video of the Saudi Aramco facility. Thanks to AZ Intel for posting that. Thank you, AZ Intel. So John Marquis, I'm going to post a link here. John Marquis, hang on. John Marquis, who I follow, who does geolocation stuff. I'll post a link to this post in the chat. But there's this new video, like see on the left there of all the smoke. He geolocated the video showing the fire at the refinery in Saudi Arabia. So let me and thanks to AZ Intel for spotting that because I had missed that. I'm going to post a link to that in the chat, and you can go look at the video and his geolocation of it. But that appears to be a second video from showing that it looks like a big fire at the biggest oil refinery, the biggest oil refinery in Saudi Arabia. Apparently a drone attack. Breaking news! Breaking news! Breaking news! Reuters reports Saudi Arabia's state oil giant Aramco has shut down its Ras Tanura refinery as a precautionary measure after it was hit by a drone, an industry source told Reuters on Monday, adding that the situation was under control. Wow. That is, again, I believe, the biggest refinery in Saudi Arabia. Yes, they have shut down their refinery. It is one of the largest in the world. Wow. Bloomberg reports it as well. Saudi Aramco has shut down their Ras Tanura refinery after a drone attack. Wow. Breaking news. So much for the small, under control fire. I told you it seemed to look bigger. Now, give me a moment. What's the oil market going to do now? Wow. That's big news. One article said it was the biggest in Saudi Arabia. I can't guarantee that. One of them said it was one of the biggest in the world. Another article says it's the biggest in Saudi Arabia. All right. Anyways, I'm going to read this again. According to Reuters and Bloomberg, both report this, by the way. So I'll read you the Reuters report. Saudi Arabia's state oil giant Aramco has shut down its Ras Tanura refinery as a precautionary measure, I'm adding the quotes in, after it was hit by a drone, an industry source told Reuters. Bloomberg's reporting the same thing, adding that the situation was under control. Wow. Wow. That might have just been caused by one drone, too. What if they start firing more? This news just breaking in the last like 20 minutes or so, I think. Wow. Seems like big news to me. Again, I guess it wasn't a small fire that was under control. Also, is it really as a precautionary measure? Is it really under control? I don't know. Seems like a big deal to me. Again, I'll post a link to the video, but just for the sake of the scale of the thing, you can just see right there what a bunch of people posted this video. I'll post a link to it. Michael Horowitz posted it, but you can see like a tank there, and it's a huge fire. It looks like. So again, I don't know what the drone hit, but. Multiple videos showing a very large fire, or a big, huge column of smoke. Unbelievable. Roy Case, Israeli reporter, says this is a significant event as it marks the first time the Iranians have begun targeting oil and energy facilities back to the 2019 attack on Saudi Aramco facilities. Again, I'm sure Iran has a lot more drones that they could fire at oil facilities if they wanted to. Wow. I told you guys, I said, we've been on the air and I said, I'm hearing this stuff and it seems like all this stuff has happened and you're not seeing any reporting about it, and I wouldn't assume that means that it's not important. It seems to me that a lot of these countries just don't want news getting out. Like I said, we have AFP and AP have reported that there was smoke seen at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City. What happened there? We don't know. We'll see when we find out what's going on with that. Multiple reports of multiple attacks in Bahrain, possibly at a U.S. Fifth Fleet headquarters. What's going on in Bahrain? We have no idea. If you're wondering about top oil producers in the world, I want production. Oil production, I think, for whatever it's worth, Investopedia says that Saudi Arabia is the number 2. I believe U.S. is number 1. Number 2 is this. They're the second largest oil producer according to Investopedia, Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia shuts down major oil refinery after drone attack. I'm going to have that be the headline right there, because I think that's the big headline at the moment. Give me a moment, guys. I'm guessing Saudi Arabia won't allow somebody to go in with a live cam and start live streaming from the fire from their facility, by the way. Let me see. I'm going to try to find if I can get any more analysis on this. Give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. But that's pretty big news to me. Yeah, the Wall Street Journal, I think, isn't even reporting it. It's a news story. I mean, Bloomberg and Reuters have it. They don't even have it yet in the Wall Street Journal. Update. Breaking update. Another security alert just posted by the U.S. State Department. Jordan. The U.S. Embassy has indications there may be continued missiles, drones, or rockets in Jordanian airspace in the coming days. Please maintain maximum awareness of your surroundings, and in the event of such an incident, seek overhead cover and shelter in place. Remain indoors and avoid exposure to falling debris. The government of Jordan has now activated civil defense alarms in the event of missiles, drones, or rockets entering Jordanian airspace. Should the alarm sound and prompt people to seek shelter, U.S. Embassy personnel will likewise be ordered to shelter in place until the all-clear siren sounds. So they say the U.S. Embassy has indications there may be continued missiles, drones, or rockets in Jordanian airspace in the coming days. They just posted that right now. And what is this? Hold on. What is this? Plural? Breaking news, Kuwait Army says a number of American warplanes crashed this morning? What is this? The Kuwait Army just posted, they said, the official spokesman for the Ministry of Defense stated that a number of American warplanes crashed this morning, confirming that their crews were all saved. He explained that the competent authorities immediately began search and rescue procedures, and the crews plural, were evacuated and transferred to the hospital to check on their health and provide necessary medical care, noting their conditions are stable. The official spokesperson added that direct coordination took place with the friendly American forces regarding the circumstances of the incident, and joint technical measures were taken. He stressed the relevant authorities are following up on the investigations to determine the cause of the accident, calling for information to be obtained for official sources. The translation on Google says a number of American warplanes. Let me just confirm this translation. Could this be a translation error? Or are they really saying multiple warplanes? I heard of just one. Hold on. Sorry. Let me try this. I gotta do translate. I gotta do translate. Because sometimes the translations are wrong. Several warplanes. Several warplanes. Breaking news. Breaking news. Google also translated as several warplanes. Look at this. This is from the Kuwait Army. So I translated it on Google Translate. It said several warplanes. The official spokesman for the Ministry of Defense, this is translated on X, but I translated on Google and it said several warplanes, stated that a number of American warplanes crashed this morning, confirming that their crews, plural, were all saved. He explained that the competent authorities immediately began search and rescue procedures and the crews, plural, were evacuated and transferred to the hospital to check on their health and provide the necessary medical care, noting that their condition is stable. The official spokesperson added that direct coordination took place with the friendly American forces regarding the circumstances of the incident and joint technical measures were taken. He stressed that the relevant authorities are following up on the investigations to determine the causes of the accident, calling for information to be obtained from official sources. So more than one? They said more than one. Again, I literally took, just to show you, I went and put it into Google Translate. And Google Translate says several U.S. warplanes. So it wasn't just the X translation. I tried another translator just to make sure, and I guess both translations could be wrong, but they both said it. So, we'll see. Yes, again, that's what they said. So, I'll see if I see any more reports about it. Hey, we have a new update about Bahrain. The U.S. Embassy reminds U.S. citizens to exercise caution and maintain vigilance. Drone and missile attacks from Iran continue in Bahrain. The U.S. Embassy has advised U.S. citizens in Bahrain that hotels might be a target for attacks and encourages U.S. citizens to avoid hotels in Manama. Isn't Manama the capital of Bahrain? I think. Yes, it's the capital. Terrorist groups and those inspired by such organizations are intent on attacking U.S. citizens abroad. Terrorist groups continue plotting possible attacks in Bahrain. Terrorists may attack with little or no warning. Wow. Let's get back to the Kuwait story. Unless there is a major... Yes, AP confirms. AP confirms the translation was correct. AP confirms it. Kuwait's defense ministry says several U.S. warplanes have crashed in the country. All the crew survived. Several planes. This is a correct translation. Oh my gosh, what is happening here? It could be more than two. Several is correct. A number is correct. It's more than one. Did they run into each other? What happened here? And they were American planes. So we were aware of footage of one. Several American warplanes crash in Kuwait all crews survive. I know that seems like a crazy headline. That post is literally from the Kuwait Army. That is the official Kuwait Army post. Unbelievable. I mean, maybe it is friendly fire. I don't know. Unbelievable. That is unbelievable. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what is going on. I'm going to put the several in quotes. No, I'll just put several. I'll leave it up there. So this is, I mean, one was kind of crazy enough, but this is a big new news from the Kuwait Army that several American warplanes have crashed. Unbelievable. Christian Trebert is shocked too. He's with the New York Times. Kuwait's Ministry of Defense confirms multiple, in capital letters, U.S. military aircraft went down this morning. Now, stable condition means you're not getting worse, but I hope they're all right. Stable doesn't mean necessarily good condition. That is unbelievable. So look what has happened this morning already. What's confirmed so far is several American warplanes crash in Kuwait, and Saudi Arabia has shut down one of the largest oil refineries in the world after a drone hit the refinery, presumably an Iranian drone. Don't forget that that's happened. Also, we have reports from multiple news outlets that smoke was seen at the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait. I don't know what's going on with that. There are reports of multiple major explosions / fires. I've heard of at least 2 in Bahrain. I don't know what's going on with that. Wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Now, I guess, for all we know, I mean, maybe the Kuwait Army will come out and say, oh, you know what? We misstated it. It was one plane. But again, AP says, look at AP. Kuwait's defense ministry says several U.S. warplanes. So they think it was, that's what they said. What happened? Yeah, you might be seeing one because this report there was video of one. But about 10 minutes ago, the Kuwait Army posted several. Wall Street Journal's Yaroslav Trofimov also says Kuwaiti Ministry of Defense says several warplanes have crashed. Unbelievable. What is going on? In the meantime, I will put on the screen for you. I don't really have much in terms of live shots. Oh, I do have a live shot of Tel Aviv, even though if there's a kind of want to keep the. I think you're more likely to see something on the Beirut shot, to be honest. But for the moment, I can always rewind it. I'll put up the Tel Aviv one on the screen for you. But remember, if there are missile attacks, I believe that the news outlets will not show the missile attacks. AP has already posted that they cannot show the missile attacks because of Israeli censorship policy. Just so you know. I'll put the Tel Aviv shot up just to have it there. This is unbelievable. And you know what? There's a Pentagon press conference scheduled for 8 a.m. Eastern. There's a Pentagon press conference scheduled for 8 a.m. Eastern for 5 hours from now. Oops, hold on. I got to turn this down. It's way too loud. Turn the volume off. One of our viewers said, let's wait for the president to post something. Oh, hey guys, I just saw a report that an oil pipeline is on fire in Saudi Arabia. Is this true? From Special Kherson Cat? That's the first report I've seen of this. Special Kherson Cat claims that the Avaz oil pipeline in Saudi Arabia is on fire. Let me see if I can find anyone else posting this. I mean, that's a pretty responsible account. They're not posting garbage all the time. Can I find anything else about that? Iran is claiming they shot down an F-15 fighter jet, I guess, today. I don't know that happened. And Iran, according to Al Mayadeen, Iran is claiming that the plane wreckage fell in Kuwait due to the proximity of the crash site to its borders. So I wouldn't be surprised if Iran is just taking credit for it, even if they didn't do it. Anyways, I wanted to pass that along. I'm trying to find out about something about that report about a pipeline in Saudi Arabia being on fire. Oh, the post got removed. Special Kherson Cat removed the post. Special Kherson Cat is normally very reliable. Well, as I said, I hadn't seen it anywhere else. So Special Kherson Cat removed their post. So apparently that's not on fire. Well, I'll let you know if I hear anything. There were reports about 8 hours ago of explosions in Saudi Arabia, I think in Avaz, but anyways, seems like I haven't seen any of the reports about that. But Reuters and Bloomberg both reported, oh, did he post it again? No, it's not there anymore. Hold on a second here. No, Special Kherson Cat just reposted it. Special Kherson Cat just reposted the video and said Avaz oil pipeline in Iran is on fire after a series of strikes. This is the first I've heard of this. So I'll see if I can find something on that. Oh, Tyler Rogaway says one crew of the aircraft, again, multiple warplanes, somehow crash, American warplanes crash in Kuwait. Tyler Rogaway of the War Zone says one crew appears to be from the 335th Fighter Wing out of Seymour Johns Air Force Base, based on the decorative helmet design seen in the images. That's in Goldsboro, North Carolina, that Air Force Base. Oh, wait. Maybe it's Avaz, Iran. That might have been my confusion. You know, I was thinking Avaz is Saudi Arabia. But maybe, now I'm seeing reports that it's Avaz in Iran. Hang on. Hang on. You know what? That's what he posted. Special Kherson Cat says Avaz oil pipeline in Iran. I don't know what he originally posted. So there are reports that Avaz oil pipeline in Iran is on fire after a series of strikes. I cannot confirm this, but I've seen it. So again, my brain might have not been working. I don't remember what the original post said. So there's an unconfirmed report that an oil pipeline in Iran is on fire. And I just posted the link in the chat. So, is there an oil pipeline on fire now? And if so, who struck it? I've seen multiple accounts are claiming online that the Avaz oil pipeline is on fire. Now let me look up something about the Avaz oil pipeline. I know nothing about it. Gemini AI says the Avaz oil pipeline network is a critical component of Iran's energy infrastructure, connecting the massive oil fields in Khuzestan province to refineries and export terminals. Now, I cannot tell you if this is legit. I don't know. I've seen a couple reports online claiming this. But just to show you, again, you can go to my X account and see the whole video. But just to show you the general idea of what we're talking about, Special Curse on Cat says Avaz oil pipeline in Iran is on fire. Oops. Avaz oil pipeline is on fire after a series of strikes. I don't know if that's true. What is this? Hold on a second here. Kish Island in Iran is a big tourist and resort area. Kish Island. Shin, who I follow, who reports about Iran stuff, claims that earlier 6 explosions at Kish Island reported in Iran. I haven't heard anything else about this. So it's something else to keep an eye on. Oh, hold on a second. I'm seeing something else. Faytux Network posted something from Reuters. What am I seeing here? Where is it? I'd like to confirm it with the original source. I just saw a couple things. First of all, Deborah Haynes. So last night, a drone hit a UK Air Force base in Cyprus. Cyprus is an island nation in the Mediterranean, but it's in the Eastern Mediterranean. But it has an Air Force base on it, a UK Air Force base on it. Let me actually just show you real quick where that is. Cyprus, so you know what we're talking about here, if you haven't been heard of this. Here, if you look here, there is Cyprus. So you see there's the Eastern Mediterranean on Google, there's Lebanon, there's Israel, there's Turkey, and there's Cyprus right here. It's a base on the southern part of the island. So, Deborah Haynes reports, she is with, she's Sky News? Hold on. She is with Sky News. She says the drone that hit the British Air Base struck the runway. She said it struck the runway. She also said the UK is moving families from an air base in Cyprus, RAF Akrotiri, after it was hit by a one-way attack drone. The defense headquarters said this was a precautionary measure. The families are being moved to alternative accommodation on the island. A spokesperson said, as a precautionary measure, we are moving family members who live at RAF Akrotiri to alternative accommodation nearby on the island of Cyprus. And where was this? Faytux Network said they saw something that Reuters reported. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, I don't see that. Oh, two sources speaking on condition of anonymity told Reuters the British bases intercepted a second drone. Okay, so Faytux Network found this. Two sources speaking on condition of anonymity told Reuters the British bases intercepted a second drone. Why does it say bases in the article? A drone strike hit Royan's British. I don't know why it says bases in the article. It's so confusing. The article only mentions one base. Here, I'll show you what I'm looking at. A drone strike hit Britain's Royal Air Force base of Akrotiri in Cyprus overnight, causing limited damage and no casualties. The first attack on the British military facility since a rocket attack by Libyan militants in 1986, the incident represents a marked escalation in the conflict. The Shahed-type unmanned aerial vehicle caused minor damage when it crashed into the military facilities. I want to be clear, blah, blah, blah. It was not immediately clear from where the Iranian-made Shahed had been fired. Two sources, speaking on condition of anonymity, told Reuters the British bases intercepted a second drone. Maybe there's two on the island? It's a little confusing. Yeah, David Blinch says we have two bases on Cyprus. So I guess it's not really explained well here because they don't talk about, I think there might be a second British base on the island. It's saying that two sources say the British bases intercepted a second drone last night. Let me just see this though. I thought I read maybe that there were two. I'm going to look this up. Yes, there's also Akrotiri and Dekilia. There are two bases, two British military bases on Cyprus. So Reuters is reporting sources say the two British bases on Cyprus intercepted a second drone last night. One drone hit the air base at whatever it was. Akrotiri. I'm just posting this. If I can find it here. I don't know if they've published that yet. Ah, here it is. I found it. Hat tip, Faytux Network. Hang on. Sorry, guys. All right, let's go over there's so much going on. Yeah, some of our viewers are claiming that a U.S. base in Turkey was struck. I don't have confirmation of that. I haven't even seen any reliable reporting on that. I'll look up and see. Again, I haven't seen anything I would consider reliable on that. Let me look in that. So some of our viewers are claiming that. Secret Pancake says, thank you, Secret Pancake, by the way. Yeah, some of our viewers have sent me that. I haven't seen anything reliable on that yet, so I'll keep looking. Thanks, Paul Morrison. Code, I have not heard that a B-2 had been shot down. All I've heard is that several American warplanes crashed in Kuwait, according to the Kuwaiti military. Trying to get you more on that. Thank you to Dill, Code 3, Code Blue, Americat, Bugsy, Ellie Lassetti, Nof, Sean Harmon, Sticks and Stones, Ezepizi, Zinzhao, Ardasor, My Name, Thomas O. Bellelli, T. Clue, Amber Thornburg, sorry. Used Car Salesman IDK, Anthony Miller, Preshify, thank you. Batatui, thank you. Also, Paint Drips, Gurking, Fawnzilla, Mission Galaxy on Twitch, Ophono, Oppie Clock, Lowenado, Shardy Pants. Man, I got behind on thanking people on Twitch, I'm sorry. Koa Goose, Stratix, THC, NR, and Sleeping Kisa. Thank you over there on Twitch. Also, thanks to Matt sorry, I thanked him already, but thank you. Thank again, Mark Vaccaro. I need a moment here. Again, Saudi Arabia has shut down one of the biggest oil refineries in the world at Ras Tanura after a drone attack. Oh, what is this? Hold on a second here. Wow, hold on a moment. Aurora Intel just posted something. Where did they get this from? Trying to find something that I saw was posted by Aurora Intel. Aurora Intel said Saudi Arabia posted stuff about the drone attack at the Ras Tanura refinery. Oh, that's an old post. Sorry. That was a post from 2019. That was a post from 2019. Maybe it got up on my timeline because somebody reposted it because they thought it was relevant to today. Anyways, looked like a similar location. It was basically a picture which looked like the location we saw in the video of the flames. All right, well, anyways. But I couldn't find it on their website. To repeat, the Kuwaiti military said several U.S. warplanes crashed in Kuwait and all of the crew survived. Just an update here about the... give me one moment here. Thanks for your patience. Give me one moment. Here, let me just, you don't need to look at me. Let me just put let me put this back up here. Oh no, actually, you know what I'll put up here? Let me show you on the screen. Hold on. Sorry, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on right now. All right, hold on. I'm going to put up on the screen this. Here is the Tel Aviv live shot. Okay, so Reuters says Saudi Aramco shuts Ras Tanura refinery after drone strike. Saudi Aramco shut down its Ras Tanura refinery following a drone strike. The Ras Tanura complex houses one of the Middle East's largest refineries, with a capacity of 550,000 barrels per day, and serves as a critical export terminal for Saudi crude. A source said it shut as a precautionary measure, and the situation is under control. Is that really true? I don't know. These drone strikes added to a wave of attacks in the Gulf, including on Abu Dhabi, Dubai, Doha, Bahrain, and Oman's commercial port of Duqm. The strikes have sent Brent crude futures surging roughly 10% on Monday. Wow. Brent crude is now up 9.5% today. From around 9.5%. West Texas crude is up about 8.8% today. I'm just checking on some things here. Last night, Israel told, I believe, residents of 53 villages in southern Lebanon that they needed to evacuate their village 1 kilometer away from the village, because they said they were conducting strikes against Hezbollah. Well, 10 minutes ago, the Israeli military just posted this. To the residents of Lebanon who evacuated their homes last night for their safety, the IDF raids are continuing. So for your safety and the safety of your families, do not return to your homes. By the way, I thought I was watching a stream from Lebanon, and no, that wasn't from Lebanon. Okay. I was like, where did it go? But I guess they replaced it. I had a Beirut stream before. All right, I still have a Beirut stream. I'm going to keep an eye on that in case anything happens there. I'll keep an eye on it. Oopsie. In just 4.5 hours, there is going to be a press conference. The first Pentagon press conference, I believe, in about 3 months, with the Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Kane and Secretary of Defense, Secretary of War Hegseth, in 4.5 hours. Will they talk about the report of multiple planes crashing in Kuwait? I don't know. So people keep sending me a video of somebody, a reporter, claiming it talks about U.S. base in Turkey being hit. And I see another post on it that claims it's actually not about Turkey, and it's an older video. It's a video from Syria. An account named Mintel World claims that. So I haven't seen any reliable reporting that a base in Turkey was hit. I'll keep an eye out there, but all right, hang on. Let me just I got to check some other things here for what's going on. Still waiting to hear more about Kuwait and Bahrain, the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait, and also the reported explosions in Bahrain. Heard very little about that. What's going on there? I just saw a report about Saudi Arabia Hold on a second. Let me try to confirm this for you. Give me a moment here. Al Arabiya reports that 2 drones, Saudi Arabia claims 2 drones targeting their Ras Tanura refinery were intercepted, and that falling debris caused a limited fire. Saudi Defense Ministry claims 2 drones targeting the Ras Tanura refinery were intercepted, and that falling debris from the drones caused a limited fire. That's according to Al Arabiya. They said that the Defense Ministry spokesperson told them that. Multiple reports say Saudi Arabia has shut down the refinery as a precaution. So again, I just want to go over this. Al Arabiya says they talked to a Saudi Arabia Defense Ministry spokesman, and the Defense Ministry spokesman told them that there were 2 drones targeting the Ras Tanura oil refinery, and that the drones were intercepted, but falling debris caused a limited fire at the refinery. Is that true? Did they really intercept the drones? Was the fire really limited? I don't know. But multiple reports say that refinery has been shut down as a precaution. The Qatar news agency has reposted the story from, if you were wondering about, is this a misprint from Kuwait? Well, look at this. Look at this, guys. Several U.S. military aircraft crash. All crews survive. The Qatar news agency certainly thinks Kuwait said several. Several. How many is several? Could it be more than 2? One of our viewers, Usaman, I can't see the whole name there, it flew by, said the Arabic said several. Unbelievable. A lot of big news today. A Telegram account I follow that I find reliable, News 100 area, they say that there are attacks. They have a video of supposedly attacks in the Shariati area of Tehran. What will happen next? What is going to happen next? I have no idea. A viewer posted a video online that claims to show the second plane going down. Where is that video from? It's the first. It shows like I don't even know if this is an old video or what. Someone posted this and claimed it's one of the other American planes going down. I don't know. I don't know if it is. I posted in the chat. I have no idea if that's legit. The Israel defense minister said today that the head of Hezbollah is now a target for elimination. New video from Israel.
Targets in Lebanon.
Hold on.
Including
new video,
control centers,
new video,
launch sites, and senior terrorists.
New video from IDF called Hezbollah just made a big mistake. Oh, look, Hezbollah just made a big mistake.
Overnight, the IDF carried out retaliatory strikes against several Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, including command and control centers, launch sites, and senior terrorists. We were ready for this. As part of the preparations for our operation in Iran, the IDF prepared for an attack from Hezbollah, allowing us to carry out a swift response. As I am speaking right now, our aircraft are striking targets in Iran, including Tehran, such as underground bunkers of the terror regime. We are operating to eliminate any threats to our civilians, and will continue doing so. Hezbollah is entering a fight it cannot win. Overnight, the IDF carried out retaliatory strikes against several Hezbollah targets in Lebanon, including
new video from the IDF. Every time I show a video now, half the chat says AI. Maximus Wolf sent me the fact that the Kuwait news agency also has an English language feed, which said several aircraft had gone down. How did several aircraft crash? Murph thinks that maybe drones, maybe Iranian drones were in the area and that fire designed to take down the drones hit the planes. I don't know. But according to Kuwait, the cause of the crashes have not been determined yet. That's what they said in their statement. Crazy, crazy. I haven't seen any posts. I haven't seen anything from the U.S. government about the multiple planes, American warplanes that crashed in Kuwait. Yeah, we talked about a bunch about this before. I don't have the rights to show all of these videos. There's a bunch of videos that show at least one plane going down, and I don't have the rights to show them. But there was an article from the War Zone, which I read with you earlier, about the plane going down, and now it's about the planes going down, and it contains a lot of the videos in there. So I'll post a link to that article. If you go to the article, you can just scroll down and see a lot of the videos. I've posted some of them on my X account too. But the article from the War Zone collects a bunch of the videos. Oh. They have some and in the article it has some photos of the pilots. Again, photos and videos were taken of the pilots. The War Zone says it remains unclear exactly what occurred. What's going on now? Uh-oh. What's happening now? Why is that? So hold on. What's happening on the Beirut feed? Anything? This is the Beirut feed. It just panned over for a second. Why is this not? One moment. One moment, please. Sorry, just trying to get this on the screen for you. There. Here's the Beirut feed right here. Keeping an eye on that too. I'm guessing there's going to be strikes in Beirut at some point over the next couple of days, because Israel says it's going to launch this major operation conducting strikes against Hezbollah in Lebanon after Hezbollah fired rockets at it last night. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on that feed. That's in Beirut. I actually think you're more likely to see something on that feed than activity than the Tel Aviv feed. It's not Lebanon, it's Lebanon. Thank you so much to our moderators. I really appreciate all of our moderators who are here. We have moderating right now. We have hang on. Hey, thanks on Twitch. Good luck, Duck, LB Prairie Dawn. I got that fire. Matthew Kohai 3 and Surly Dev are all there moderating. Thank you. On Twitch, also thanks to Lockies, Micha Latte, King. Thank you. On Facebook, thanks to our moderators there as well. Also, Linda Belglary and Misha on X. Hey, thanks Susan Priest Buchner and for subscribing over there on Facebook. And Helen Anderson. Where I am, it's 5:45 a.m. where I am. It's 3:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Will I be able to stay awake until the press conference? If I decide to go that route, I don't know. We'll have to see. Hang on a moment. Oh. Christian Trebert posted that in Kuwait, at the Ali Al Salam Air Base, satellite imagery showed the collapsed roof of several buildings at the base. I don't know when that happened. Faytux Network says Al Arabiya said there's an explosion at a power station near Kuwait City. Faytux Network said that. Let me check the Al Arabiya report. I haven't seen it yet. Al Arabiya correspondent. No reports of power outages following the targeting of the Doha West power station. I assume that's in Qatar, if it's Doha West. Yes, Al Arabiya reports that the Doha West power station was targeted in Kuwait. Oh no, it's Kuwait. It's in Kuwait. I'm sorry, even it says Doha. Doha West power station in Kuwait. I'm sorry about that. So Al Arabiya reports Doha West power station in Kuwait targeted. No reports of power outages. Doha West power station in Kuwait targeted. No reports of power outages. Hat tip at Faytux Network. What is the Doha West power station in Kuwait? It's on Google, I'll tell you that. Doha West power, that's Doha East. How about Doha West? There's a Doha East in Kuwait. Doha West power station. Oh, are they next to each other? Is that what it is? I found it. Doha West power station in Kuwait. Not that far from Kuwait City. Let me show you where this is on a map. Hang on a moment. I'll show you what power station that Al Arabiya claims was targeted. Oopsie, that's not what we want. Hang on, one moment here. One moment here. See, it says Doha West Power Station. Oopsie, what did I do here? Give me a moment. This is Google Maps. So there's Iran, and Iran is up here. Doha West Power Station is right there. Doha West Power Station, next to Doha East Power Station. You can see it on Google Maps. That was targeted, according to Al Arabiya. So much going on. One of our viewers asked about the Strait of Hormuz. Dan Hilton said, the Strait of Hormuz has not been closed. So I was actually wondering. I said, you know, can Iran really close the Strait of Hormuz at this point? Or, you know, could the U.S. military stop them from doing that? I asked, for just out of interest, I asked Gemini AI. I got an interesting answer about that. Basically, what it said was that the problem is if Iran lays mines in the Strait of Hormuz, then that would take a long time to deal with. Yeah, sweeping, like Gemini says, sweeping mines is a slow, methodical process. Even a few unlocated mines can keep insurance companies from clearing ships to entering the area. That's interesting. Also, there could be coastal missiles. And according to Gemini, the insurance could get, so if Iran occasionally fires drones or missiles, insurers might not insure the ships. So those are just some ways. So the point is they don't have to have a giant fleet out there controlling all of the waters. They can make it, as Gemini says, they can make the waterway too dangerous for commercial traffic to operate. So that's an interesting, AI isn't always right, but that all seems to make sense to me. Guys, one of the viewers said you should fix your banner. It was one plane. No, the Kuwait military announced it was several planes. That's the official announcement from the Kuwaiti military. Several planes. We don't know the deal. We don't know the cause yet. But they said it was several planes. A number of American warplanes. Thank you, Laura Nolan. Laura says, maybe some sort of EMP? I have no idea. I mean, some people are saying friendly fire online, so we'll have to see. Thank you, Nihil Purim, our member. Pardeep Rai 1, Soburn, Red Squirrel, Live Animal, Kelly for Wood, Nepster, Lidwine Elizabeth, Ram Kumar, Badatui. I did want to reiterate this very serious warning about Kuwait that the U.S. gave. Very serious sounding warning. This is this security alert that was posted 3 hours ago by the U.S. government for Kuwait. There is a continuing threat of missile and drone attacks over Kuwait. Do not come to the embassy. This was posted, by the way, around the time that smoke was reportedly seen at the U.S. Embassy complex. I still don't know what happened. AP and AFP both said they saw smoke at the complex. Don't know what happened there. Anyways, do not come to the embassy. Take cover in your residence on the lowest available floor and away from windows. This is, it appears to be a message to all U.S. citizens in Kuwait. There's a continuing threat of missile and drone attacks over Kuwait. Do not come to the embassy. Take cover in your residence on the lowest available floor and away from windows. Do not go outside. Do not go outside. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait urges U.S. citizens in Kuwait to shelter in place, review security plans in the event of an attack, and to stay alert in case of additional future attacks. That's 3 hours ago. That's not if something happens, that's right now. John Cabot says it's escalating so quickly. Danny Kane says, how could friendly fire take out multiple jets? Could the jets have collided with each other? I don't know. Thanks, Rimfire Channel, who says, fog of war is thick. Thanks also, Rune. What time is it right now? It is 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Israel time. It's 12:30 p.m. Iran time. If you missed it, Saudi Arabia has shut down a major oil refinery, one of the biggest in the world, after it was attacked by drones. By the way, AP says oil prices rise sharply as after attacks in Middle East disrupt global energy supply. Oil prices rose sharply today. Traders were betting the supply from Iran and elsewhere in the Middle East would slow or grind to a halt. Attacks throughout the region, including 2 vessels traveling through the Strait of Hormuz, have restricted countries' ability to export oil to the rest of the world. This article doesn't even have the thing about Saudi Arabia. Mikey says oil is going up, up, up. Again, Reuters and Bloomberg report both that Saudi Arabia has shut down their Ras Tanura refinery. Actually, didn't the government just confirm it? Didn't I post about that? No. The government told Al Arabiya that 2 drones targeting the refinery were shot down and that debris caused a limited fire. Thank you, Choron Nipun, who says, did U.S. fall into Saudi trap? Thank you, Goofy. Yeah, I thank you. Again, I can't show the videos of the plane going down because I don't have the rights to them. I have posted an article with links to them. I have posted some of the videos of a plane going down in Kuwait on my X account. Ooh, interesting. I have an interesting new report from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. Thank you, Goofy, by the way, and JDFR9XR. Hey, look what Manny Fabian said. The Israeli military assess that Iran is attempting to carry out larger and more coordinated ballistic missile barrages on Israel, which has resulted in longer lulls between attacks. Missile barrages on Israel in the past day have consisted of 9 to 30 missiles at a time, with long breaks between each launch, according to the IDF. Iran did not launch any ballistic missiles at Israel overnight. This is in contrast to salvos of 2 to 3 projectiles with shorter breaks during the first day of the conflict. The IDF believes Iran's struggling to coordinate even larger attacks of dozens of missiles at a time as the Israeli Air Force hunts down its launchers. Iran is struggling to coordinate even larger attacks of dozens of missiles at a time. The Home Front Command also confirms that Iran fired a ballistic missile with a cluster bomb. With a cluster bomb at central Israel last night. How about that? Did he repost this, Manny? Latest post. I had heard talk about possible cluster bomb. I believe that's where the warhead releases lots of smaller bombs. Yeah, Times of Israel had said yesterday that footage may show cluster bomb submunitions hitting Israel. Wikipedia says a cluster munition or a cluster bomb is a form of air-dropped or ground-dropped explosive weapon that releases or ejects smaller submunitions. Because cluster bombs release many small bomblets over a wide area, they pose risk to civilians both during attacks and afterwards, says Wikipedia. Unexploded bomblets can kill or maim civilians and unintended targets long after a conflict has ended, and are costly to locate and remove. Interesting observation by Bloomberg's Javier Blas, who says, please keep an eye. He says a lot of attention about soft targets like hotels and airports and about oil and gas facilities, but please keep an eye on what might prove the most strategic asset for Persian Gulf countries, water desalination plants. Yeah, it's a little windy outside. There's a little wind noise where I am right now, so it's not windy where I am, inside here. So I'm sorry about the noise, but it happens once in a while. Gemini says most Gulf Cooperation Council countries get 70 to 90% of their drinking water from the sea. There is no backup for water. They claim most major cities have only about 3 to 7 days of drinkable water stored in their immediate networks. So something to keep an eye out if there's any kind of strikes on water desalination plants. Apparently those are very highly important, with a huge impact if they get damaged facilities. Jan and Jamie said that would be unthinkable. I'm giving them ideas. So Iran never thought of this before. They never thought of this. And they're home watching my stream, the Iranian leadership, and they're like, wow, I can't believe we never thought of this. Here's OSINT Technical posted a video that possibly is one of the planes getting hit or having an issue, I don't know, and then spinning out of control and falling. I saw this, or I just posted the link in the chat to the video. Possibly one of the planes that crashed in Kuwait. Yonah Jeremy Bob, who's an Israeli reporter, says Israel may open Ben Gurion Airport and Israeli airspace by Monday night, Tuesday morning. We'll see what happens with that. I don't know if I'm going to stay up all the way. The timing is kind of tough for this press conference because I came back on the air because all this stuff was happening. But there's supposed to be a press conference in like 3 hours and 45 minutes. So we'll have to see how that goes. Oh, OSINT Technical posted video which supposedly shows the 2 separate planes going down. So I'm going to post a link to OSINT Technical's post. I have reposted it on my X account as well. I don't own the rights to these videos, but I just posted a link in the chat. You can also go to my X account, which is pinned in the chat. Is it pinned on Facebook? Well, it's pinned on Twitch and YouTube. I don't know if it's pinned on Facebook. Anyways, I posted the link there. I posted the link in the Facebook chat. But if you go, you can see OSINT Technical posted 2 different videos that he says are 2 different F-15Es going down, one visibly more on fire. Am I covering the election on Tuesday night? So I was planning on covering the primaries on Tuesday night. I don't know if there's Texas one. Maybe there's more than one. We'll just have to see how things go with this. I don't know. I'd like to, but I mean, if there's huge developments here, we'll have to make a choice. just saw a report from Al Mayadeen that Israeli warplanes have bombed the town of Deir Amas in southern Lebanon. There were all kinds of Israeli strikes overnight in Lebanon. There's supposed to be a lot the next few days because Israel... Oh, hold on. What is this? What am I looking at there? You know what? Is this live or is this recorded? What am I looking at? Where am I looking at? On Al Arabiya Arabic. Are they showing Lebanon or Iran, or what are they showing right now? Let's see. Is it live? Airstrikes on Beirut southern suburbs. It says live. I don't see anything on I have a Beirut cam on, and I don't see anything on our Beirut cam. So I guess there were just airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut. Nothing on my Beirut cam. Oh, I got it. Hold on. I have it for you. I have another camera. Wait, I can get it up on the screen for you. Hold on a second. I didn't even realize I had the other camera. I can show you right now. Look right here. There it is. Airstrike in Beirut, southern suburbs. Right there. I'm sorry I didn't realize I had this other camera. There it is right there. Just happened. It just happened. That's the southern suburbs of Beirut, because I just saw it. They just started covering it on Al Jazeera. And I didn't realize I had this other feed. I didn't have it before. So I don't think I can rewind this right now the way it is. Anyways, there was just an airstrike or airstrikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, which you're seeing the smoke from right now. I don't believe I can rewind this particular feed, just the way the feed is. There's one way I might be able to do it. I got to look it up and see. Let's see here. Hold on a second here. Oh, I think I can. I think I actually can. Hold on. I'm going to replay this for you. It turns out I can. Okay, so I'm going to replay what happened in a second. But again, Israel, after Hezbollah bombed Israel, Hezbollah fired rockets at Israel for the first time since November 2024 last night. So Israel said they're going to launch a huge air campaign against Hezbollah. And that's what you're seeing there. So give it a moment and then I'll replay it for you. I'm going to replay it right now. So what I need to do is do it this way. I'm going to turn the volume down on this one. I'm going to make this one bigger. This is going to be moments ago in Beirut. Let's hit play here and see what happens. I think this will work. I think it'll work. All right, now just keep watching here. This is moments ago in Beirut. I know there's a line on it. Just hang on. Might take a few seconds. Right? You'll see it. Boom. Boom. You hear the booms. And then the camera's looking around. You heard those booms. They're going to pan over to it. At this point, I think they don't even know what got hit. Again, this is moments ago in Beirut. This is the AFP camera. Right, pans, there you go. See, they found it. They found it. There you go. That's right when it happened. It's about 10 minutes ago in Beirut, Lebanon. Via AFP. So that would be an Israeli airstrike in Beirut, Lebanon, on some sort of Hezbollah-related target. I'll show that one more time here. I'm going to show it one more time. You hear the planes flying in, and then you hear the explosion, and then the camera people have to figure out where it was. 2 years ago flashback, yeah. No, I'm looking at the live stream. There's nothing on the live stream right now. The late 2024 is when Israel launched that big war against Hezbollah. So in a second here, again, we're just replaying this again. You'll hear the planes and then hear the explosions. It's the middle of the day in Beirut. Listen. By the way, thanks to Janet B, who's moderating on YouTube right now. I didn't thank Janet before. Thank you, Janet. So again, this was a few minutes ago. Israeli airstrike on some sort of presumably Hezbollah-related target in Beirut. All right, I'm going to go back to the live shot. I'm going to go back to the live shot now. Let me do that. So I'm going to get rid of this one. Hold on. Get rid of that one. And then here is the live shot. That's live. That's live. But I got to change what it says at the top. That is the live shot. I'm glad I caught that. Again, I didn't know that. I told you that, you know, you might see something happen on that camera, but I didn't know when. Well, we did see something. And you might see a bunch more, too. Oh, BBC said something about this, Tommy O? Hold on a moment. I think I just heard another boom. Did we just hear another boom right now? Right now, guys, or not? Maybe? I thought I heard something. Camera's not panning. Somebody said it might be wind. Maybe it was wind. So the guys, the IDF just posted. The IDF said, check this out. The IDF recently carried out a targeted attack on a senior terrorist from Hezbollah in Beirut. Okay, so the Israeli military posted 6 minutes ago, right after we saw this happen, I believe, that they carried out a targeted attack on a senior terrorist from Hezbollah in Beirut. I believe that is the airstrike we saw, that we were watching the replay of. Camera moving around now. Black Irish is skeptical that the fire is a limited fire at the Ras Tanura refinery. I don't know if it's limited either. Saudi Arabia has reportedly shut down its Ras Tanura refinery after it was targeted by drones. Quick thank you to Kenneth Colton. Hey Kenneth, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Kenneth Colton. Spray 738, Rokai, thank you for the memberships. Sachin, thanks for the membership. Switch the channel. Raj Kumar, Motivational Living. U.S. stock market opens at what, 9:30? I can't remember. 9:30? 10? I don't even remember. I mean, there's pre-market trading, 9:30. Pre-market is 8 a.m. think. No. 6:30 a.m.? $4 a.m.? Or is it NASDAQ? I don't even know. 4 a.m. I'm seeing online for pre-market. Well, it's already 4:29 a.m. Glimmer says 4 a.m. Sounds right to me. Thank you, Ken Lance. Thanks, Belinda Brubaker. Thank you. And Ken Lance. And Goofy. And Marianne B. And Donnie Davio. Thank you. Al Jazeera is now confirming what other accounts, outlets have saying. Al Jazeera says Saudi Arabia temporarily closes Ras Tanura refinery after drone attack. So Al Jazeera is now reporting that. Again, that is one of the biggest oil refineries in the world. And it was attacked by drones today. And Saudi Arabia has temporarily closed the refinery. Some of our viewers are mentioning the stock futures. I'm looking at one site that says Dow down about 1.2, S&P 500 down 1.1, NASDAQ down about 1.5 futures. Those are all percentages. Remember, right, this all started after the markets closed on Friday, right? Wasn't it? I don't even know what night it was. It's Saturday night? I don't even remember what night it was. Can't even remember. Breaking Aviation News and Videos posted some pictures of the crew members from some of these, one or more of the planes that crashed. Again, Kuwait says several U.S. warplanes crashed today in Kuwait. They said the crew members all survived. Not exactly known. Why that happened. Interesting, BBC talked to an expert from Chatham House who said, Sanam Vakil of Chatham House said she does not expect Iran to choose a supreme leader quickly because they don't want the successor to be killed by Israel or the U.S. Normally, they're supposed to try to choose the supreme leader successor quickly. I have a picture supposedly of the building that was targeted in Lebanon, and I'll post a link in the chat to that video, to that picture from Here is Lebanon. Al Jadid News posted the same picture. So it looks like about an 8 or 9 story building, maybe an apartment building, and a bunch of the floor, but the whole chunk of the building has just been exploded inside. But remember, not the whole building hasn't collapsed. So Israel said they targeted a Hezbollah terrorist. I think they said it was a precision strike. NetBlocks reports that Iran's internet blackout has now surpassed 48 hours. They suggest that the regime has actually shut down the internet there, rather than just like, you know, the strikes causing it to go down or something. If you look here, it says, shutdowns are a go-to tactic for the regime, with the previous instance in January lasting several weeks, says NetBlocks. You know, that's probably going to lessen the amount of videos you're going to get out of, even recorded videos, I would think, out of Iran. I'm just going to take a minute here. I need a minute to get some more water. I'll put it on the screen. Steve will be back in 1 minute. I'll leave the feed up. Hang on a minute. I have an update for you guys. I have an update for you guys about something. Are you ready for this? The Turkish government has posted saying claims circulating on some social media accounts that an American military base in Turkey was attacked are false. I'm going to show you this in a second. People kept messaging me insisting that a base had been hit a U.S. base had been hit in Turkey. Yeah, I'm gonna show it to you guys. Just give me a second. I'll show you in a second. So here is the post from the Turkish government. Here it is translated. This is it's a Turkish government account, okay? Here it is. It says, claims circulating on some social media accounts that an American military base in Turkey was attacked are false. And people kept sending me this video down here. They have this video with the guy, this reporter guy. They have a big X over it. See? There are no military bases belonging to any country in Turkey. The airspace, land, and sea of the Republic of Turkey, as well as its military facilities, are entirely under its own sovereignty and control. There has been no attack against our country, and posts attempting to portray Turkey as party to regional conflicts are a clear act of disinformation. The public is strongly urged to disregard unfounded claims and to only consider statements from official authorities. So that is the Turkish government saying, no, there has been no attack, and the video that people were sending around on the internet, they have a giant red X over it. Just so you know. New post by the Israeli Air Force. Israeli Air Force says, check it out. I'm going to turn the sound down. I can't take the sirens anymore. Eliminated senior members of the Iranian regime's Ministry of Intelligence. They were targeted and eliminated during the opening strike of Operation Roaring Lion. Additional senior officials were also eliminated. Sayed Yahya Hamidi, Deputy Minister of Intelligence for Israeli Affairs. Jalal Pour Hossein, Head of the Espionage Division. Just letting you know that. I turned down the sound for a second because of the sirens. See if I can turn it on a little bit again. Thank you, Zeppelin. Thank you, Crypto King. Thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Thanks, Used Car Salesman, IDK. Thank you again, Crypto King. Thank you, Noah Boa. Noah Boa, no U.S. ships have been hit. I know Iran said they hit one or more U.S. ships. The U.S. said that it's false. There is no reliable reporting anywhere that any U.S. ship has been hit. If I will hear it, I will let you know. Iran says a lot of things that aren't true. A few days ago, they had said that they killed or injured 200 U.S. soldiers, I believe it was, in their attacks on U.S. bases, which is false. Thank you so much, Noah Boa. Thank you, Marianne B. I follow somebody online who posts about, where is this? Iran. Mohammed Awais claims that loud explosions heard in Abadan, Iran. Al Jazeera says that Iran's Mehr news agency says that several Iranian border guards were killed in the bombing of a naval border guard post in Jask port. I'll read that report again. See if I can find the original report for you. I gotta turn this volume down. Too much going on. Too many sirens. Mehr News says 5 soldiers killed in U.S. attack on Khorramabad. Following the brutal attacks by the cruel Israeli regime in criminal America, 5 brave personnel were killed. In the Iranian army in a U.S. attack on Khorramabad, Iran. That's from Mehr News. Iran state media. Mehr News. Five Iranian soldiers killed in U.S. attack on Khorramabad. I'm going to assume that's true because they don't really have much of a motivation to just make up that their soldiers were killed. All right, hang on a moment here. I'm looking at a different live shot now. Excuse me. I have a different shot of Tel Aviv. That's interesting. Just to show you, I want to leave it on the Beirut shot, but just to show you, I haven't seen this angle of Tel Aviv before. They say that's Tel Aviv, Reuters. Maybe it's a new angle. I don't know. Where are all the big buildings? Maybe it's just a different angle. Anyways. Let's go back to Beirut. No, this is Beirut right here. The one I was just showing you, Reuters says it's Tel Aviv. Anonymous says it's Tel Aviv. This is Beirut. But we keep hearing all the sirens on the sound. What happened? What happened with the American planes? I have no idea. It is almost 5 a.m. Eastern time. I don't know that I'm going to make it to 8 a.m. That's a long time. It's 7 a.m. here. I'd love to make it to the press conference. I don't know if it's going to happen. I just don't know if it's going to happen. The press conference from the Pentagon is at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. We've been on the air a lot. I hear a drone on this shot. Shado thinks they're going to cancel it? Take a power nap. I don't know if I go to sleep, I don't know that I'll get up for it. I mean, I'd like to show it, but at the same time, you know, I can always just sleep and then show it during the next stream. It's like, I mean, you can't cover everything. You can't cover everything. So, oh, I just remembered something. That's not good. Oh, what a disaster. Of all the days, the place I'm staying in, I'm still here, I'm still away for a little bit longer. And it's like the one day they have to have somebody come fix something. In like 4 hours, somebody's coming to fix something here. So I have to be awake to let them in. Oh, what a pain in the butt. What a pain in the butt. Ugh. I don't know what's going to happen. Hey, Trod, thank you. T-Rod. T-Rod002, thanks for the memberships. Noah Boa, thank you. Noah thinks it was friendly fire. We don't know. We do not know. Thanks, Sean Harmon. I don't have updates on the pilots, where they're from, aside from what was said earlier by Tyler Rogaway. I forget what Tyler Rogaway said about them. He said some of them were from the 335th Fighter Squad. I have no update. Thank you, Sean Harmon. Crypto King. Yeah, we could be getting to that time where I have to finally sleep, you know? What a disaster. With the timing. Well, if I can't cover the press conference live, I can't cover it live. Uh-oh. Hold on a moment here. Oh, I have to do something here. Give me one moment. Yeah, I think it might be a good time now. I think. Let me check a couple things and see what we got. Let me just make sure there's nothing crazy going on right this second. I'll check. If not, I think it's going to be time. Oh, 12 o'clock bell. Yes, that's noontime. The bell is ringing at noontime. It's noon Lebanon time. Yes, I think we are reaching that time when I am just about out of energy and have to sleep. I wanted to come back on the air because all this stuff was happening, so we got to cover a bunch of things for you with this bonus stream. But I got to get some rest. I am aware that that there's this press conference coming up at 8 Eastern. We'll see if I cover it. If I don't, we can maybe play it on the next stream. But you got to get some sleep sometime. Anyways, I very much appreciate people. Are there alerts? I haven't seen any alerts. Hold on, let's see. Hold on 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second here. Oh, we're not leaving yet. We're not leaving yet because in a few minutes there are supposed to be missile alerts. Okay? There was a pre-warning from Home Front Command. But be aware of something. The Israeli government is censoring the coverage of the missile alerts. AP, for example, literally has a notice up on their feeds saying they're not allowed to cover, to show the location of the missile strikes or the interceptions. So I'll stay on for a bit because there's going to be some missile alerts coming up. But it's highly possible that you won't be able to see anything on the cameras. But we'll give it a few minutes. Let me switch over to the other feed here. That's supposedly a view of Tel Aviv. And I'll get a couple other feeds ready, but again, starting yesterday, the feeds kept cutting out during the missile alerts. So I'm guessing that's what's going to happen today too. But we're going to stay on the air for a second because they just announced that they're expecting some more missile alerts shortly. That they've detected launches. I have a Haifa feed, but the feeds just end up cutting out. The feeds end up cutting out when the missile alerts happen. I have a Haifa one and I have a Tel Aviv one. Haifa and Tel Aviv. So again, in the coming minutes, there's supposed to be new missile alerts because launches have been detected. And I will at least show you what I can. But do not be surprised if the feeds get shut down during the alerts. Because that's what's been happening the last day or so. Excuse me. Yes, so missiles have been launched towards Israel. We're waiting for the alerts. Just when I was about to wrap up. We're waiting for the alerts. I am yawning, I'm sorry, but with the little energy I have left, we're going to wait for the missile alerts. Shout out to our moderators. Carms and Donnie Davio are moderating. Thank you so much. Again, we are waiting for the missile alerts. Missiles have been fired at Israel. Thanks to our mods on Twitch, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. Tina Niazi is moderating. Thank you, Tina. Thanks to Scorpion Ghost for the memberships. I appreciate it. Also, Noah Boa. Thank you, Noah Boa. And JB. JB thinks USA is getting whacked. It will only get worse. Thanks, Scott Me 100. Angelic Slayer, thank you. Dylan, thank you. Again, we are waiting for the alerts. Oh, alerts! Tel Aviv! Tel Aviv alerts! Tel Aviv alerts! Will the camera cut out? There are alerts in Tel Aviv. Supposedly the bottom camera is Tel Aviv. Will the alerts, but will the camera cut out? We'll have to see. Tel Aviv alerts right now. I'm going to get rid of camera number 2. Is there even sound on the Tel Aviv camera? I don't even hear sound on the Tel Aviv camera. How about that? No sound. Can't even hear anything on it. It's like static. Oh no. Tel Aviv camera static. We'll see if we can see anything. As I told you, they've been cutting out these things. Again, AP says they are under Israeli military rules. AP cannot show interceptions or disclose the exact location of the strike at this time. This is a Reuters feed we're looking at, but it's just sitting there. Let me just get rid of the Haifa feed. That is supposed to be a Tel Aviv feed on the bottom. So again, there are alerts in Tel Aviv area. Sadly, the audio isn't even working on this stream, and I don't see anything on it. Nothing happening. Who knows what's happening? But as I warned you about this, I'm going to let Reuters know that the seems like the audio is not working on the Tel Aviv stream. Well, I haven't seen anything on the Tel Aviv stream, but at the same time, who knows if something happened. AFP does not have a stream. They just switched it to Jerusalem. You see what they did? You see what they did? You see what they just did? You see what they just did? This is what they're all doing now. You see what Reuters just did? They switched the feed away from Tel Aviv when the alerts happened, because the Israeli government has told them they can't show this stuff. This is what's happening. So let me see if I can get any reporting on what's going on. I'm sorry. But none of the AFP and Reuters and AP, which normally would all have a Tel Aviv stream, none of them do, because they're not allowed to show the missile strikes anymore. AP literally says they're not, that this Israeli government is not allowing it. So that's why you're seeing the Jerusalem feed right now. They cut away to it. All right, hold on a moment. Let me see if I can find any reporting from Israel on what's going on. Right now there are some. Now actually, there's a few around Jerusalem. You never know. We could hear some sirens on this street. This is Jerusalem. Oh, now there's none. Now all of the alerts disappeared. All of the alerts disappeared. Let me see what the media, let me see what Israeli media is reporting. One moment, please. That's Jerusalem. I wonder if Israeli media is not even reporting it. Okay, many explosions heard in the Jerusalem area, says Israel News 24/7, who I follow. Now, we didn't hear any on this feed. This is the Jerusalem feed. N12 News says, well, it talks about the different alarms. The alarms are, there's no current alerts. I will say this. Israel 24/7, who I follow on Twitch, they claim that all the missiles were intercepted. That's what they're saying. I'll try to get you another update. But that's what they're saying. Maybe the explosions were just the interceptions. That's what I would assume. Will there be more? Will there be more warnings? I'm looking. Alerts. Oh my gosh. N12 News reports that the Israeli Air Force is now attacking in Iran and Lebanon, just so you know. The Israeli Air Force is now attacking in Iran and Lebanon. Waiting to see if there's any other reports of missiles. We'll see. We'll see also if hold on. I haven't yet seen that the people are allowed to leave their safe areas. So we'll see if there's any more alerts coming up. Oh my gosh. Electronics Anonymous thinks the war will be longer than 4 weeks? Thank you, Zergal Hops. Zergal Hops, thank you. Turn that down. Thank you again, Zergal Hops. Thanks also, Gax A. Quilek. Gax A. Quilek from Malta. Wow. Thanks, Gax A. Quilek. I appreciate that. Noah Boa, Scorpion Ghost, thank you. Waiting to hear if people are... N12 News says, report of an interception fragments in central Israel. Reports of interception fragments falling in central Israel. Which would imply missiles were shot down. Missiles are shot down. No injuries reported. No injuries reported from that latest wave of missiles, according to MDA. No injuries. Are known. Al Jazeera reports that Oman says an oil tanker was attacked by an unmanned boat off the coast of Muscat. The MKD Flume tanker. Oh, but yesterday, Reuters was reporting that ship was attacked yesterday off the coast of Oman. So maybe the government is just confirming it. That was being reported yesterday, that boat was hit by a projectile off of Oman. So maybe it's just the government confirming it or something. I am going to have to wrap this up shortly because I have no energy left. Thanks to Deb Kemp and Switch the Channel. I appreciate that. And Cap Will Kepi on Twitch, and El Toro Fire, and Jay Stubbles. Hey, we did a golden Kappa train, whatever that is. Thanks to our Twitch viewers for that. Thank you, Mako61, Annie Kush, Nico Jita, Bootsores, Pre-Breakfast Banana, Stingray. I didn't even see that before. Thanks, Twitch. Patsy on the Rocks, Devoted Fairy. Jim1231, Misha Latte, thank you. Lockies. Oh, I hope, you got people got a golden Kappa emoji. Is that what happened? Is that what I'm seeing? They should give you something for it. Oh, update here. I have an update. Fatux News posted that the Cyprus Mail which is a newspaper in Cyprus on the island, said a new security threat was declared at the Akrotiri Air Base, the UK's Akrotiri Air Base on Cyprus. People on the base were told to return to your homes and stay inside till further notice, move away from the windows, and take cover behind or beneath substantial solid furniture. Remember, that base was hit by an Iranian drone. No injuries caused overnight. Michael Horowitz says there are sirens going off at the base. Again, they are alerting people, so maybe a drone threat there. I don't know how that's going to play out. The missile threat is over for now. The Home Front Command in Israel said people can leave your protected area. You just have to stay close to it. Hey guys, I know there might be a drone that hits that base in Cyprus. I have to start wrapping up the stream, though. I'm absolutely exhausted. It is 7:25 a.m. my time. I have to get some... I have no energy left. I don't have a live cam for Cyprus, no. I do not. I'm sorry. But... we were not even supposed to be doing this stream. We did a whole stream before this, but I saw that all this stuff was happening. So I came on the air, and I'm glad I did, but I have no energy left. So I'm sorry for anything I missed, but it is what it is. I'm going to do the abridged version. I really appreciate people watching the streams. Thank you for being here. Thanks for sending me news updates. Thank you so much, and posting updates in the chat and letting me read your comments and asking questions. Subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. Turn on the notifications for the channel so you get notified when we're going live. They're free. The mods will post the link to those in the chat. You can find the notification sign up link free. Those are the best notifications, the ones that we created. They're free, but you can also sign up for them in the YouTube and Facebook description of this broadcast. The link is there. So again, I really appreciate it. And hold on a second here. And I'll post updates on my X account, but I'm probably going to go to bed in about 50 seconds, 1 minute after I get off the screen. But you can follow me on X, for updates at Lookner on X. I post stuff there all the time, and posted a bunch of stuff about what we've been talking about today at Lookner. And I got to do this quickly. Huge thanks to our moderators. You guys are awesome. We've had moderators up with us all night. Incredible. Carms and Donnie Davio are over there. Thank you so much. And all of our other YouTube moderators, huge shout out. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Surly Dev on Twitch. All of our Twitch mods, thank yous. Hey, thanks Hawaiian Hooligan for the bits. Thanks Hawaiian Hooligan, that's really nice of you. Also, Tina Niazi is there over on Facebook. Wow. On Twitch. Thank you. And Linda Belclary and Misha, who moderate for us on X. I know it's only 2.5 hours to the press conference. I don't know that I'm going to make it on the air for the press conference. I don't know. We'll have to see. I just don't know, guys. If I don't make it, I don't make it. You got to take a break sometime. Also, thanks to everybody who donated. That's really nice of you guys. I really appreciate your support. That's what allows me to buy news footage and have the channel be full-time and everything. So huge thanks. Red Squirrel, Bugsy Bee, Sausage, Mrs. TPJ. Yeah, I mean, there certainly could be more news after I get off the air, but what can I do? I got to get some sleep. Deb Kemp, switch the channel, thank you. Everybody else over there. And I hope I got everybody. If you ever want to donate, go to agendafree.tv. But thanks so much for your support. Really kind of you guys. So I am going to another good way. By the way, another good way to find out when we're live. Follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel. You get ahead. So if you're on X, follow at Agenda Free TV. No, I'm not going to leave the stream on because, well, I'm not for various reasons. But one of them is that the feeds will just change. I can't be paying attention to the feeds while I'm asleep. Hey, shout out also, just want to shout out a few more people. Our Facebook subscribers. Thank you so much. Facebook subscribers. Christy Claft is over there. Thank you, Christy. And all of our other subscribers there. Kay as well. Kay, everybody. Our Twitch subscribers. Emilian, Mr. Mac. Hawaiian Hooligan, thank you. Andy Cush, Butt Sores, Misha Latte, all of our other Twitch subscribers. Our YouTube members, thank you. YouTube members. Offside Offenders, Chung Peter. Oh, thanks so much to Mick Nugget. Mick Nugget, I appreciate that. And Mick Nugget's brother, thank you as well. UV Lightning, Michael Avery, our members. Invariant, Cat, Justin King, Eric Johnson, Shelley Amsterdam, John Dopp, Teresa, Jason Winter, Zergel Hops, all of our other members and our other viewers. BCH, thanks for watching. J. Deans, I got to get some sleep. Thank you. I am Carlos Danger. C-Wax. Tina Alpaca. Tina Alpaca. Moomin, thank you. Tommy Sonic, Stable Ronald Kid, Sanjeet, and thanks for watching. Stormy Don Valdez, Brian Lamont Arrington, Juliana Martin. All right, Nancy D. Schneider. It's time. Is there another missile alert? Hold on a second here. There is, let's see here. I might have to stay on one more minute. I might have to stay on a couple more minutes because I just saw that Oh, there's a pre-missile alert. So I got to wait a couple more minutes. I got to wait a couple more minutes because there's a pre-missile alert. Additional launches from Iran detected. But this is going to be the last one. I can't stay on anymore after this one. I can't. I have to go to sleep. So I'll wait a couple minutes. And also, we can't even show you the footage of the missile alerts anyway. We can't even, they don't allow you to anymore. We don't have the footage. As Manny Fabian says, shortly after telling civilians they can leave bomb shelters, the IDF has detected another launch of ballistic missiles from Iran. Sirens are expected in the coming minutes. So I have a couple feeds on the screen, but remember, just as I've been saying, the last day, Israel appears to be censoring the feeds and not allowing showing of the incoming missiles. Literally, AP has warnings on its feed saying, under Israeli military censorship rules, the AP cannot show interceptions or disclose the exact location of the strike at this time. Literally not allowed to show interceptions. I can't steal cameras I don't have the rights to. That doesn't work. But we'll give it a second. Before I go, hold on. There are alerts right now. Jerusalem. Might we hear something on Jerusalem? East of Jerusalem. East of Jerusalem, there's alerts. I'm seeing right now. East of Jerusalem. If the camera stays on, we might hear something. If the camera stays on. I don't know if it will. Oh, Tel Aviv. I don't even have a Tel Aviv view right now. I have no Tel Aviv camera. There's no Tel Aviv camera I have for you. I didn't buy the AP one because they say they're not allowed to show anything. It literally says on the AP camera there, they can't show interceptions or disclose the exact location of the strikes. So they've been pointing the Tel Aviv camera down. But I'll tell you what I hear about them. I can do that. I can tell you what I hear. Oh, we're hearing sirens. Now, where are those sirens coming from? Where are those? Are those Jerusalem sirens? These are Jerusalem sirens. So somehow we can still hear the Jerusalem sirens. We do have some sirens. It's from Jerusalem. We'll see what we can see until they cut this off. There's also alerts for Tel Aviv, but I don't have a Tel Aviv cam right I didn't see anything anywhere. But wait a second, just keep an eye on things. There's some more alerts, a few alerts around Tel Aviv right now. I don't have a Tel Aviv feed. Let me see if I see any reporting about what's happened with these missiles. I haven't seen any reports yet about the missiles. Oh, I'm hearing a boom. I just heard a boom right now. I just heard a boom. I just heard a boom right now. Maybe there's some alerts near Jerusalem and Beersheba. So keep an eye out on this feed. I think we just heard a boom. We might be hearing interceptors flying through the sky. Some viewers think they're hearing a plane. It's possible. So some alerts near Jerusalem and also hearing some sirens too. Also near Beersheba, but I don't have a Beersheba cam. Hear the sirens? In the back? We have alerts. Listen, I think we just heard interceptors go up right now. I think we might have just heard interceptors go up. The Tel Aviv cam on AP is now pointed at the ground. I think we just heard an interception. I think we just heard an interception. I think. Could have been a hit. I think we're hearing interceptions right now. You never know, something could have landed. Another one. I'm going to check for updates and see what we can find out. More. more. Maybe interceptions, I don't know. I haven't seen anything in Israeli media yet about whether there's been any missile falls from this latest barrage. By the way, Faytux News posted that Cyprus's Minister of the Interior has issued a mandatory evacuation order for the Akrotiri area following a security threat at the UK base Akrotiri, the air base on Cyprus. That's from File News. More alerts? Oh yes, more alerts in the south. There are more missile alerts in the south, but I don't have a camera there. There are more alerts in the south of the West Bank, southern West Bank. A lot of them, a bunch of them, but I don't have a camera there. I don't think you're gonna. I don't know that you're gonna see anything on this shot. Again, File News is reporting that a mandatory evacuation order for the air base, UK air base on Cyprus, Akrotiri base, has been issued. Of the Akrotiri area. Suspicious drone was spotted. Oh, a drone was spotted at near Paphos Airport in Cyprus. A drone was spotted. There are some alerts now in around Beersheba. I do not have a camera in Beersheba. There are some missile alerts in Beersheba, and I have to check if any missiles have actually hit. You can see here, missile alerts in Beersheba. I don't have a camera there. I do not have a camera in this location. South of Jerusalem. The bases are evacuated. Again, UK has reportedly evacuated its airbase on Cyprus. A drone was spotted at Paphos Airport. Which is also in the southern part of the island. Qatar has reported drone strikes on 2 power plants. Or no, I just saw a new statement from Qatar. I think there's more alerts, by the way. South of Jerusalem, you might see something on this stream. Hey, I just heard a boom. We might have just heard a interception. Qatar's Ministry of Defense says that the country was attacked by 2 Iranian drones targeting a power plant water tank and an energy facility. Michael Horowitz posted that, but he posted the actual Ministry of Defense post. Oh, I can see it here myself. For the moment, there are no more alerts, missile alerts. I don't know if any missiles hit. I need to look and see what's being reported. Report of a fall in an open area. MDA said a short while ago, no reports of injuries so far. The event has ended. The event has ended according to the Home Front Command. This round of missile strikes is over, according to Home Front Command. I saw something from MDA before, which said no reports of casualties from the latest round of missiles. Okay, so no reports of casualties. That's good news. What is this? To repeat, Faytux News just posted a report from PHILE News. And they say, that's a Cyprus newspaper which reports that both of the British bases in Cyprus are being evacuated, or that they are evacuated. Oh, were there pre-alerts? I'm going to just have to go to bed at some point. There's more alerts? Boy, that's twice. That's twice they've done this. They've said you can leave your yes, the home front command said you could leave your shelter twice, and then 2 minutes later they say more detected launches. More launches detected. Guys, more launches detected in Israel from Iran. More missiles. Well, you know, a day ago or so, there was one of these where it went on for like an hour, and we barely saw any missiles on this. That's when we could still watch the feeds. Golan Heights, I mean, there's a bunch of areas here. Yeah, I don't know that I'm going to make the press conference, guys. I don't know. Hang on a moment here. Yeah, I don't really have any details on what's going on in Cyprus. Again, local media, as Faytux News points out, local media says that there's a threat there detected, and that that a suspicious drone was spotted. Filey News says 4 or 5 fighter jets took off from the Air Force Base in Cyprus, from the UK Air Force Base, but for the time being, they do not know the exact location of the threat. All British bases have been evacuated there. Anything on flight radar? Let's see. In Cyprus, I see Abu Dhabi planes. Hey, this plane just took off from, look, there's a plane that took off from Cyprus. I mean, it's an air base, so planes take off from there, but that plane, which is a tanker / cargo plane, took off from there. How about this one? No. All right, so again, there's supposed to be more, as crazy as this sounds. More missiles alerts coming, I guess. And I'm just trying to find anything else here. Yeah, so there is sounds like there's a drone threat in Cyprus to the UK bases there, but I don't know if there are any drones or how that's going to turn out. And there's supposedly going to be some new missile alerts any moment now. I never got off because there's been these missile alerts. So I never got off the air. I'm not aware that there's been any missile falls or injuries though from these missile alerts. Magen David Odom said, no reports of casualties from either of the last two waves of missiles. Okay, right now there's some in the north. Oh, way in the north. I have a Haifa feed. You might hear something on the Haifa feed. It's possible. It's possible you would. This is the Haifa feed. It's possible we'll hear something. I don't know. Unless the feed cuts out. The alerts are more to the east of Haifa, in the north. So I don't know that we'll hear anything on this feed. You could see something in the distance. I don't know. So a bunch of alerts to the east of Haifa. Actually, near Haifa now. What are we? Will we hear anything on this? Let's see. Let's see. That is the Haifa post. That is the Haifa stream. Haven't heard anything yet. I think you can barely hear some sirens in the distance. Breaking news! I have an update. I have an update from you guys. Hold on. I have an update about something. I have an update about something. Hey guys, we have an update. All right, this is important. Look at this. We interrupt this broadcast for this announcement from U.S. Central Command. 3 U.S. F-15s involved in friendly fire incident in Kuwait. Pilots safe. At 11:03 p.m. Eastern Time, March 1st, 3 U.S. F-15s, F-15E Strike Eagles, flying in support of Operation Epic Fury, went down over Kuwait due to an apparent friendly fire incident. During active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft, I assume that means drones, ballistic missiles, and drones. Wait, Iranian aircraft and drones? The U.S. Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. They were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. Oh my gosh. All 6 crew ejected safely. They have been safely recovered and are in stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged this incident, and we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defense Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. The cause is under investigation. Wow, that could have been even worse. Additional info will be released if it becomes available. All right, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. Breaking news. Wow, that could have been even worse. Unbelievable. Okay, so again, Kuwait, they were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. Hold on a second here. Just wanted to do this. Wow. They were mistakenly shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. We got to read this one more time. I'm so glad see what happened. We get to get some a little bit of closure on this, in the sense of at least we get an explanation of what happens. Three American warplanes shot down by Kuwaiti air defenses. I'll read some comments here. Again, 3 F-15E Strike Eagles at 11:03 p.m. I think I said a.m. before. At 11:03 p.m. No, 11:03 p.m. Eastern Time. So this would be what time? Kuwait time. Would have been daytime, right? Hang on. One moment here. Kuwait time is 2:07 p.m. So it's an 8-hour difference. So this would have been at around 7 a.m. Around 7 a.m. local time, 3 F-15E Strike Eagles from the U.S. flying in support of Operation Epic Fury went down over Kuwait due to an apparent friendly fire incident during active combat that included attacks from Iranian aircraft interesting if that's true, ballistic missiles and drones, the U.S. Air Force fighter jets were mistakenly shot down by Kuwait air defenses. How could that happen? Kuwaiti air defenses shot down 3 different F-15s? I mean, that's just unbelievable, obviously. All 6 aircrew ejected safely have been safely recovered and are in stable condition. Kuwait has acknowledged this incident, and we are grateful for the efforts of the Kuwaiti Defense Forces and their support in this ongoing operation. The cause of the incident is under investigation. Additional information will be released as it becomes available. Some of our viewers think it's not true. Well, that's pretty unbelievable. Wow. Wow. Who would have thunk it? Nozomi says, pay up Kuwait. I'm glad I happened to stay up to catch that. Not just one of them, 3 of them. 3 F-15s. Does that... Somebody said this happens all the time? 3 planes get shot down all the time? 3 of them? That happens all the time? I don't know about that. I don't know if 3 of them getting shot down happens all the time. One of our viewers said an F-15 cost $100 million. Right around 100 million, according to Google AI. Now, one of our viewers thinks that maybe if I have this right, that maybe, because they make it sound in this press conference, they say during active combat. So, I mean, you might think they're trying to make it sound like there was this chaotic situation. I don't know. When they say active combat, were there actually like drones and ballistic missiles and stuff in the area? Not that that makes a difference. I mean, obviously, I'm sure there are procedures that are in place to prevent this kind of thing to happen, even if there are drones flying around. This seems like something fundamentally just went wrong, right? If 3 of them, I don't know. It's lucky that these pilots all survived. Let me just check something here real quick. I was not expecting that to happen. I was not expecting that to happen. Hang on a moment here. What is the reporting on, by the way, as I put back on for you? There's Haifa, Israel, just to show you something. Where is... people, again, are being told in Israel they can leave their protected area, although maybe in 2 minutes they'll be told to go back. How about MDA? Did MDA post? Let's see. MDA, Magan David Odom says, okay, there are several people with minor injuries from this latest barrage. Several people with minor injuries, according to MDA. That's what they posted a few minutes ago. Several people with minor injuries from the latest missile barrage. Okay, and then how about on Cyprus? Alarm at the U.S. Embassy in Nicosia. Is that Cyprus, guys? 3 minutes ago? Is that right? Hold on. U.S. Embassy in Cyprus. Nicosia. So, hold on a second here. Yes, about just a few minutes ago, 3 minutes ago, alarm at the U.S. Embassy in Cyprus. According to that local paper thing. Philly News. So let's hang on and see what we hear about that. Alarm at U.S. Embassy, Cyprus. That's what they just said. Cyprus newspaper 5 minutes ago. Alarm at U.S. Embassy. In Cyprus. And that is Cyprus time, 1:17. It was 6 minutes ago. All right. So again, the Cyprus newspaper, Philly News, posted 6 minutes ago, alarm at U.S. Embassy in Cyprus. Let's check flight radar and see what's going on with that. Not that you'll see anything on it. Here is Cyprus here on Flight Radar 24. That's a plane. That's a civilian plane. I don't know. There was a... Yes, we are live right now. So I'm just waiting to hear what's going on in Cyprus with the... you can see it, Nicosia is up here. See, it says Nicosia. The U.S. Embassy is in Nicosia. It's this plane. Hello, Flight Radar? Flight Radar, oh, that's a civilian plane. Anyways, I'm basically just waiting to see what happens with this alarm at the U.S. Embassy. It sounds like maybe there's, it sounds like maybe there's a worry about a drone attack. And they're concerned maybe about where drones are going to attack. That's what it sounds like. Oh, one of our viewers said there was an interception. Hold on a second. Now, it doesn't say that. Oh, hold on. Wait. I'm looking at the paper. 2 drones intercepted. 2 drones intercepted, says government spokesperson. Thanks for mentioning this. This is a Cyprus government spokesperson. Two drones intercepted, according to Cyprus government spokesperson. Thanks for letting me know. Let me show you this. Spokesperson. Cyprus government spokesperson. 2 drones moving toward the direction of British bases were intercepted, I guess. Were intercepted. Were dealt with in a timely manner. Dealt with in a timely manner. Here's what it says. Look. Can you guys see this? That's a government spokesperson for Cyprus. 2 drones that were moving towards the direction of the British bases at Akrotiri were confronted in time, dealt with in a timely manner. I don't know by whom. One of our viewers said, who dealt with them? Was it the British? I don't know. But that was just announced. Yes, Faytux News posted it too. Okay. So BMX Kane thinks a Eurofighter shot them down. Maybe the British shot it. I mean, we heard about British planes being scrambled. So maybe they found them and shot them down. 2 of them. Oh my gosh, it's 6:23. Is the press conference going to really start at 8? Is the press conference going to... I already said goodbye to everybody. Probably no one's even watching anymore because I said good night. Few people are watching. Dare I try to power through? Because at this point I'm up. It's a long time though. We'll have to see. I mean, we just got we heard what the we did hear what the friendly fire incident was, right? We heard about that. So we're not waiting to hear more about that. And we heard about that. We're not waiting to hear about Cyprus anymore, in the sense of we heard that we got you closure on that. I'm so useless right now. I really am useless because I'm basically just, I should be asleep. I'm reading something about, what is this here? Hold on a second. What is this? There's, by the way, in Edinburgh, multiple people were stabbed by a knife man in Edinburgh. I'm seeing reports of that. A man carrying 2 large knives in Scotland. There's video of the person floating around. I can't show that video. Police Scotland Edinburgh said this is not being treated as terror-related, by the way. The police say it is not being treated as terror-related. A man with a bladed weapon. All right. Anyways, I'm too tired to even process that right now. All right, the last thing I'm going to do, I think, is thank our moderators one more time. We got Carms and Janet B there. Carms and Janet B, thank you. There's no way. I mean, the worst thing is that I have to wake up to let somebody in here to fix something. That's the worst thing. That's really not good. I'm gonna see if they can't just fix it without me letting them in, or if they, I don't know, I let them in and then go to bed. That's what I'll do. Over on Twitch, it's ridiculous. Our moderator is there. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, Sarah, and Surly Dev. Huge thanks to all of our moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X, on Facebook. Hey, we've had Kay Lowry Body over there moderating. Thank you, Kay. One moment here. One moment here. I'm just looking, making sure, seeing what other videos are available. Hey, by the way, a quick thank you to Kevin Hunsa, who broke the rules. Kevin broke the rules. But thank you, Kevin Hunsa, even though you broke the rules, so you got to get timed out. Thanks also, Let Us Be Real. I have some people, thanks from before. Let Us Be Real. Who else? Mike Palmer, Ragnar, Jordan Junior, 21, Motivational Living, JV 1252, Noah Boa, thank you. Soldiering Onwards. Noah thinks there was nothing in the area of Kuwait. That's how he knew it was friendly fire, says Noah. Ferrari Passionerosa, One True Foe, Ryan Matthews, Hot Pink 90 Sun, Mr. Grub Inc., Karum Souk, Noah Boa, The Mind of Viking. I gotta thank some people. Bradley Moore, switch the channel. Mr. Afflicted, Trap Rats, V2 plus 10, Bears, Wid Films, Krigstem, Mr. Afflicted, Phoenix Risen, Redonk, Niles Lovely, Gam of 5, Libertest, Red Squirrel, McNugget, I also owe thanks to Mean Uza, Gamov, El Muniho, Gamov. Thank you. All right, what time is it now? It's 6:32 Eastern Time. Crazy. I can't even do anything anymore. A U.S. flagship has been damaged today? The Stena Imperative? Hold on a moment here. Something else to tell you about. What is this? Is that true? There's a report that a U.S. flag tanker was hit by a couple projectiles? Fire out, crew safe but evacuated, ship damaged? Is this true? I don't even know. OSIN Technical posted about it. There's reports that a tanker was hit, a U.S. flag tanker was hit by 2 projectiles. Hold on a second. Where is this Vanguard report coming from? People are quoting this report from Vanguard Maritime Security. So this is unconfirmed. Unconfirmed report that a U.S. flagged tanker in the port of Bahrain was hit by 2 projectiles. And the crew was evacuated. I cannot confirm that report right now. So OSIN Technical says this ship is part of the U.S. Navy's tanker security program. But I can't confirm that right now. But I feel like if it's true, we'll know in the next few minutes. I just saw that. I don't know. I haven't seen this original report about it, though, so we'll have to see. Some people are saying it's a Navy refueling tanker. I can't confirm that it actually has been damaged. It's part of the U.S. Navy's, according to Tanker Trackers, it's part of the U.S. Navy's tanker security program. It's the only U.S. flag tanker currently, well, as of a month ago, it was the only U.S. flag tanker in the Middle East. The tanker security program I'm looking at the website. Flag tanker. Hold on. The tanker security program, for the 3 people who are still watching this, why am I? The website. I'm looking at the website. Hold on. I can't even figure out where the sound is coming from. I'm hearing 2 of myself. See what's happening here, guys? It's so late. I can't even figure out how to do my own broadcast. Can I shut off that? I'm hearing. I literally don't even know what I'm hearing. I should be able to. Oh, yeah, I figured it out. Let's try this again. The tanker security program will ensure that a core fleet of U.S.-based product tankers can operate competitively in international trade and enhance U.S. supply, blah, 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 blah. What is it? What is the program? FAQ. Oh, it provides a stipend for a fleet of tanker vessels in exchange for the commitment that these vessels will be available to the Department of Defense during a conflict or national emergency. There are U.S. flagged tankers that could be used in times of need, I guess. Anyways, I'm trying to figure out if that report is true. Meanwhile, I'm going to let you look at a live shot of something. So you don't have to look at me. But 15 injured people, by the way, from the last from the last missile barrage. 15 injured people with glass shards, including a 35-year-old man in moderate condition and 14 injured people in light condition. That was in the last rocket burst. I just saw that from MDA. So why don't we check out... I'm going to put on the Beirut feed just to have it up there. I'm putting on the Beirut feed just to have it on the screen. While I check out and try to figure out if this ship, this tanker ship, was really attacked. It's not Beirut, Israel, it's Beirut, Lebanon. I'm seeing another report here. Hold on a second. Guys, there's a reporting of a bunch of strikes in Tehran. Reporting of a bunch of strikes in Tehran going on. I will post a link in the chat. I don't have video I can show you. I'll post a link in the chat. Reports I'm seeing of strikes in Tehran happening. Multiple people I follow are reporting significant strikes going on in Tehran. Yes. Wow. I'm going to post another video. Is that the same one? I'm going to post another one right now in the chat for you, and I posted it on my X account. There's some videos coming out showing some pretty intense bombing in Tehran going on. Okay? So I just posted that for you. Greg Carlstrom with The Economist says Qatar's defense ministry says Iran targeted a power plant and a facility at its main liquefied natural gas production site. Another sign, after the Ras Tanura attack in Saudi Arabia earlier, that Iran now seems to be aiming at critical infrastructure and energy export facilities in the Gulf. Again, a number of videos in recent minutes emerging of some pretty intense-looking airstrikes in Tehran. Guys, the press conference isn't scheduled until 8 a.m. Eastern Time. 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I have not seen any confirmation that this tanker Stena Imperative was hit, this U.S. flag tanker. So we have to keep an eye out for that. Did the Israeli Defense Force post about these new attacks in Tehran? Let's see. Yes, they said the Air Force has now launched a broad wave of attacks against the targets of the Iranian terrorist regime in the heart of Tehran. So again, about a half an hour ago, Israel said that its Air Force has launched a broad wave of attacks against targets of the Iranian terrorist regime in the heart of Tehran. That's what they said. Thank you. We are the change. Israeli, Misty Friend, Jennifer Boat, Trish TX71, Jason Wilson, Snolly Trish, Drew Esk, Andrew Thompson, Jordan Juniel, Mike Palmer, Ragnar. I do not have any Tehran cams. I don't have any. No, I don't know why people keep saying Netanyahu was attacked. I've heard nothing about an attack on Netanyahu. Shin, who I follow for Iran stuff, says numerous blasts are shaking Fardis in Tehran province, Iran. Lots of strikes going on in Tehran right now, just so you know. Oh, there's been so much to talk about. That's why I didn't go to bed yet. I'd already finished the stream, and then we had all of those missile alerts, and then we had the news about the friendly fire. Guys, I can't steal everything off the internet. I appreciate you telling me about other cameras. I know there are other cameras on the internet. The issue is not that I can't find them. The issue is that I'm not allowed to steal everything on the internet and use it on my channel. That's the issue. So I appreciate it, but I can't use stuff unless I have the rights to it. Another thing that we didn't even talk about is the Lebanese prime minister said Lebanon will ban Hezbollah's military activities. I don't know if that's going to really mean anything. Reuters reported that. I don't really know what that means. I don't know if Lebanon's government saying something will make a difference. I'd have to look it up. See, at this point, I hate even being on because I'm not even like really doing anything for you. If this press conference weren't coming up at 8, I wouldn't think of being on. But I know the press conference is an hour away. That's the only reason I'm still on. Oops, it says Pentagon. There, now it says Pentagon. Then this headline is terrible, and I didn't fix it because it doesn't say they all survived. But I was too tired to even notice. But I'm really not much use to you until the press conference. Hey guys, there's a new warning from Israel. New warning from Israel to people in Lebanon. Look at this. Urgent warning to people of Lebanon, pay close attention. The IDF will soon attack infrastructure belonging to Al-Qard al-Hassan, Hezbollah's association throughout Lebanon. If you live in buildings that will be marked in red on the maps that will be published very soon, stay at least 300 meters away from them. Look at Israel launching all these strikes on Tehran, and they're going to be carrying out all these strikes at the same time on Lebanon and Hezbollah. I wonder if some of those locations will. If some of those locations are in Beirut, you might see stuff on this camera. They're going to issue evacuation warnings soon. You know. Qatar Energy stops liquid natural gas production. Hold on. I just saw something. Breaking news. Qatar Energy is a state-owned petroleum company of Qatar. Breaking news. Qatar Energy announced, due to military, I'm going to show you what they announced. Look at what Qatar Energy announced. Guys, look. I'll show you in a second. Javier Blas from Bloomberg posted this. Look at this. From Qatar Energy, a state energy production company. Qatar Energy to stop production of liquefied natural gas. Due to military attacks on Qatar Energy's operating facilities, Qatar Energy has ceased production of liquefied natural gas and associated products. That comes after one of the biggest oil refineries in Saudi Arabia shut down after a drone attack today. Give me a moment here. Qatar is one of the 3 top exporters of liquefied natural gas in the world. You know, I have 2 different shots. I got to turn on the other shot from Beirut. Qatar Energy is one of the top 3 liquefied natural gas exporters in the world. Qatar Energy, according to Gemini, controls roughly 20% of the world liquefied natural gas supply. And now they say they've stopped producing natural gas because of the military attacks. Okay? Hold on a moment. I got to get on the screen right now the 2 different shots from Beirut. I think this one is a better one to have. We might see attacks in Beirut on this camera, guys. Because Israel said it's going to be conducting more strikes. So keep an eye out. Booms or something. Thank you to Owl Hippie, Doug Gross, Robert Polson, Mazar, Outlawed Stranger. Thank you, Outlawed Stranger. Baba Long Sanchez, Polly Lily, Misty Friend, We Are the Change, Israel P5S, Jennifer Boat, Gonzalez, Gonzalez says Trump is going to wake up to a lot of new news. Electronics Anonymous, Minuza. It seems like it's a really big deal that Qatar Energy is ceasing production of liquefied natural gas, guys. I don't know what that gunfire is. Israel has started issuing evacuation orders for certain buildings. Look at this, like this, guys. See, they say, all residents, oh, this suburbs of Beirut, this is the southern suburbs of Beirut. Look at this, southern suburbs of Beirut. So keep an eye on, you're going to start seeing airstrikes on the Beirut cameras. You're going to start seeing airstrikes on the Beirut cameras. They're issuing other evacuation orders too, where they point out these buildings are going to destroy, and they tell people stay away from them, and then they destroy them. It feels like it was in 2024. Look, see? See all these evacuation orders? Not all of these are in Beirut, but one of our viewers thinks they're trying to shoot at the drone. I don't know. What happened to the first... Oh, hold on. Is that a strike? What happened to the 53 towns last night? I assume they've been attacking some of them. We're probably not going to hear about every town. I mean, I don't have live feeds for those towns. Again, Javier Blas with Bloomberg says, Qatar Energy announced, I'm looking at Qatar Energy, they said they have stopped production of liquefied natural gas due to military attacks on their operating facilities. They produce roughly 20% of the world's output of liquefied natural gas. They are the largest single liquefied natural gas producer in the world. And they have announced that they are stopping their production due to military attacks, I assume by Iran, on their operating facilities. I assume gas prices would go higher, natural gas. That's different from car gasoline. I assume that people use that for heating, I think. Oh, it's used, I'm sorry. I asked Google AI. It's actually used more for, why did that, I gotta switch to the other feed. Why is that feed going away? Stand by. Is this thing where they stop having the feed when there's an attack? Let me go to the other one. I have another shot. Here's the other feed from Beirut right there. I wonder if they're doing this thing where, like, you cannot broadcast when we're doing an attack. I don't know. I don't know why they did the standby thing. It's also possible they're just replacing a battery or something. Oh, I was going to mention, according to Gemini AI, liquefied natural gas is used for heating and cooking, industrial feedstock and power, and number one, electricity generation. It's used to generate electricity, liquefied natural gas. Expecting to see at some point strikes in Beirut. Oh no, the Al Jazeera explosion is recorded. Al Jazeera is showing an old shot from earlier today from Beirut, which we actually were watching. We showed it when it happened. Son of a Bee sent me an article that talked about how the Iranian Revolutionary Guards claimed they targeted Netanyahu's office. They claim a lot of things, which turn out to not be true. I have not heard anything about an attack on Netanyahu's office. They could have fired a missile somewhere near the office or something, but I have not heard about that. If I do, I'll let you know. Oh, we got the other shot back. We got the other feedback. We got the other shot back. I like this one a bit better. This is still Beirut. Hey guys, 45 minutes to the press conference. At this point, I'm just going to stay on for the press conference. Guys, I'm here. We've been up. Oh. Faytux Network said Reuters posted about Stena Imperative. Hold on a moment. Thanks, Faytux Network. Stena Imperative? Who are they citing, though? Yeah, I'm still unsure about this Stena Imperative thing. Hey, thanks to Leroy's Lade Jr. and Mendoza Line. Mendoza Line said this could last a month. Blues Wasted, MNT, The Computer Nerd, Andy Incognito, Journey to the Center of Health, thank you. Sis Robin Ray, Eliza Jane, thank you. Hey, there's 42 minutes to the press conference. I guess I'm staying up for it. Trey Yingst with Fox News says Hezbollah still has 11 to 12,000 rockets or missiles in their arsenal. Around 5 to 6,000 are considered in the range of Israel. So how many rockets are Hezbollah going to launch at Israel? Well, Israel's is said they're going to really attack Hezbollah for several days. We're looking at Beirut right now. The IDF says in a precise strike in Beirut, the head of intelligence headquarters of Hezbollah was eliminated. So the IDF is saying that the intelligence head of Hezbollah was killed in a strike. They just posted that. I think that's the strike that we saw in Beirut earlier today. Thank you, Leonard, for watching from Manila. I need a minute. I just need a minute. I'll be back in 1 minute. I am staying on until the press conference. I don't know how this happened, but I will stay on until the press conference. That's at least the idea. Give me a minute. Hang on a moment. Guys, we have 35 minutes until the Pentagon press conference. I'm not really very helpful at this point because I've been up all night, but we're powering through and bringing you updates while we wait for the press conference. And you may see some military strikes in Beirut by Israel. Israel is issuing all these various evacuation orders for buildings across the country that they're going to be attacking. So Reuters says Lebanon's government banned military activities by Hezbollah. I don't know if that will really affect Hezbollah, though. That sounds like maybe an AI question. Can AI help me out? What would AI say? Hey, Gemini points out that the Lebanese government has banned Hezbollah's military activities before. Which led to Hezbollah briefly seizing control of West Beirut to show who really held power. They are generally weaker and less equipped than Hezbollah. Also, Hezbollah is weakened now. Gemini thinks that this will not stop Hezbollah from attacking Israel, but It could trigger internal strife within Lebanon. Thank you to Dougie Fresh and Motivational Living and Perth Deliver and Andrew Parker. Thank you. Scorpion Ghost Leals. Thank you. Sherry Bertrand. Weiss Wircht. Prep Mom. Here we go again. The Golden Luna. Sham. PQ6VO. Danielle D. Mr. Valerian. Janet B. Thank you, one of our moderators. Thank you, Mr. Drive Mad. Thank you again, Janet B. So nice of you. One of our moderators. Thank you, Janet. Tarantula Clan. Sorry, I'm barely making it through here. Thanks for covering Too Slow on Twitch. Digital Communists. Sweet Pyro of Cairo. Gigawoke. Klobby. Marcific. Mast 1138. Sandra 831. Larry Picklejar. Thank you. Rafa Roki. Gonzalez. Thank you. Breaking news. Breaking news. One of our viewers spotted this. Another U.S. service member has been killed. Breaking news. Another U.S. service member has been killed who was seriously wounded during Iran's initial attacks. CENTCOM. As of this morning, 4 U.S. service members have been killed in action. The 4th service member, who was seriously wounded during Iran's initial attacks, eventually succumbed to their injuries. I don't know if I assume that's one of the 5 who was seriously injured. Reportedly, those killed and injured were in Kuwait, and it was a drone attack on a base in Kuwait, reportedly. So maybe that was one of the 5 seriously injured. Condolences to their family. The 4th service member has now died. Right before the press conference. So that's happened. There was the friendly fire incident in which Kuwaiti air defenses shot down 3 American warplanes. Saudi Arabia has shut down temporarily one of the biggest oil refineries in the world after a drone attack. Qatar Energy, the biggest producer of liquefied natural gas in the world, has stopped producing natural gas for the moment after attacks by Iran. These are just some of the things that have happened today. Ali Larjani, who's currently one of the most powerful people in Iran, remaining there. He just posted on X, he says, Iran, unlike the United States, has prepared itself for a long war. By the way, I don't know if this is true. Iranian state media makes claims all the time. Oh, is there a new rocket alert? I don't see it on the map. Beirut time is 2:38 p.m. I cannot put it on the screen right now for technical reasons. Maybe at some point I'll be able to. I am not in my normal studio. I apologize for that. Tasneem claims, Iranian state media posted a video of a ship. They claim that a ship that tried to pass through the Strait of Hormuz has been hit and is sinking. And they posted a video of a boat on fire. Now, I don't know what boat this is. They are claiming it's a boat in the Strait of Hormuz. I can't see the name of the boat in the video, but Tasneem posted it. I'll see if anybody else knows what they're talking about. They posted it 15 minutes ago. Iranian state media. Uh, 20 minutes till the press conference. 20 minutes till the press conference. We're powering through to bring you the press conference, guys. We are powering through to bring it to you. No, this is a new announcement. The sinking ship is a new post, a new announcement by Tasnim. They just posted it 15 minutes ago. 16 minutes ago, Tasnim posted that. I don't know if it's real. If I find out it's real, I'll let you know. So, CBS claims this ship, the Stena Imperative, was hit by Iran, a U.S. flag tanker. But they quote Reuters. But Reuters and others quoted Vanguard Tech. I don't even know if that's a reliable source, Vanguard Tech. So I still don't know what's going on with that story about the Stena Imperative. Shin, who I follow, says there is a wide power outage in Tehran. Wide power outage reported in Tehran, according to Shin, who I find reliable. Thank you so much, Red Anarchy and Ivorin Bliss and Texas Wild Sage and Paula Faust and Veronica D from the Netherlands and Stacy Cooper and Mother of the Paranormal and Danielle Lind and Fudo Walt and Stephen Briones. Guys, just powering through to try to make it to the press conference. Thanks also Marcific on Twitch and Mast 1138. "17 minutes until the press conference. 17 minutes. Yeah, they could start late. If they start really late, that could be a problem. Hopefully I'll get some video from the room, but I don't know. Shin, who I follow, says a dozen explosions in northern Tehran. Thirteen and a half minutes till the press conference, if it starts on time. Al Jazeera says Iranian media reports explosions in western and southwestern Tehran. I'm looking for hold on a second here. All right, less than 10 minutes supposedly left till this press conference. I'm sorry I can't be more useful to you. I thought I was getting off the air like 2 hours ago, but some more news happened and I decided to just stay on, but I've been up all night. Barak Ravid reports that U.S. Air Force B-1 strategic bombers conducted strikes overnight on above-ground ballistic missile and command and control sites in Iran, U.S. official says. Oh, one sec, guys. Guys, I need 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, okay? Give me 1 minute. I think the person is here to do a fix, which can happen while I'm here. But I'm going to put on the screen, I need 1 minute. So give me a minute. Hold on. All right, guys, I am back here, and thanks for your patience. All the timing is coming together. All right, so we have, let's see here. Six minutes till the press conference, and if it starts on time. All right, hang on a moment, everyone. Let me just get organized here. Guys, I have video. Breaking news, I have video. I have video for you right now. Oh my gosh, this is something. Watch this guys. We got video coming up for you right now. Hang on. This is exciting. This is exciting. Watch this. Watch this. Oh my gosh. We have video. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Arlington, Virginia. Unbelievable. Now, there's no volume on it yet. I think they don't have the volume on for this yet, because I'm not hearing anything. They must mute the microphones. Okay, hold on. Let me change this. Coming up, Pentagon press conference about attack on Iran. It's really happening. It's really happening, supposedly. That's too big. Now,
silence their cell phones. If you have a cell phone, if you could silence or
working.
turn it off. Check 1 2. This is the final mic check. Check 1 2. Audio check. This is the chairman's mic. Please turn off your cell phone or put it in mute.
Wow.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. This is the chairman's mic. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Audio check 1 2. We're doing a final mic check for the pool as well as DMA, as well as a cell phone announcement. Please silence all cell phones. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Got about 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, I'm going to take the clock off because they just said 4 minutes.
Audio check 1 2. We're doing a final mic check. This is the secretary's mic. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Again, please turn off all cell phones or silence them. Thank you.
Unbelievable. Somehow we have made it here to see this. Again, I apologize for the last couple hours. I've been pretty not helpful, but have been up all night, so. Now, by the way, there is something getting fixed where I am right now. Oops, you can't see me. There's something getting fixed. I have been insured. Ooh, what's that? Whoa. I was assured that the fix would not interfere with this broadcast. So, if by any chance there's a disaster here and the power goes out or something, well, it wasn't my fault. I'm just sitting here. But I was assured that it wouldn't affect this. Secretary of War / Secretary of Defense Hegseth and Joint Chiefs of Staff Chairman Kane, Dan Kane, will be speaking. They will be speaking. Thanks so much to our moderators. Thank you, moderators, so much. Janet B. Beasy are there. Beth Mythical, thank you. Moderators. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha. Can I thank them really quick? Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I got that fire early, Dev. Thank you. Hang on. Oops, I'm hearing two of myself. Wait 1 second. Paul Anderson, thanks, Paul. Kay Lowry Body. Margaret Riley moderates for us over there, too. Thank you, all of our moderators. Thank you, Paul. Thanks so much to Duo Lepa. Duo Lepa, thank you. Leapa. Duo Leapa. Probably it's Duo Lepa. Dragons of Glory. Red Anarchy, thank you. The one and only. Swig. Mr. Valerian. Straightback. Andrew Koski. Eliza. Tiberius Rex. Sylvia S. Miss Pumbaa. Blue Fox Gamer. Andrew Koski. Straightback. Red Anarchy. Averin Bliss. Paula Faust. Veronica D. Mother of the Paranormal. Thank you. Hawaiian Hooligan. Thanks again, Hawaiian Hooligan. Thank you so much. OP Bangs. Jeff 1202. Fixia Darren Kent. Sergeant B. Ray. Oh, they're coming in now. They're coming in now. Recovering Too Slow. Digital Communist. Thank you. Sweet Pyro of Cairo. Oh, they're not there yet. They were coming in. Also, Ed Weeby, Trod 002, thank you. Yeah, I saw one of our viewers said liquid natural gas prices in Europe go up 50%. I saw something like that. I couldn't really be sure of it, though. I'll have to check that later. Oh, hey, it looks like maybe, you know, the UK MTO just posted, they posted 2 hours ago that a vessel was hit by 2 unknown projectiles. Maybe that's the Stena Imperative that was hit. I don't know. We'll have to check in on that. Which is a US flagged vessel. UK MTO says there was a vessel hit in the port of Bahrain. Maybe it's true. All right, here we go, guys. There's Secretary Hegseth and the Joint Chiefs Chairman Kane. All right, here we go. Here is the press conference.
Well, good morning. We just finished an update with Admiral Brad Cooper, the CENTCOM commander, across the CENTCOM AOR, our leadership and troops, as you would expect, doing a fantastic job. 2 days ago, under the direction and direct orders of President Donald J. Trump, the Department of War launched Operation Epic Fury, the most lethal, most complex, and most precise aerial operation in history. For 47 long years, the expansionist and Islamist regime in Tehran has waged a savage, one-sided war against America. They didn't always declare it openly, except for their constant chants of death to America. They did it through the blood of our people. Car bombs in Beirut, rocket attacks on our ships, murders at our embassies, roadside bombs in Iraq and Afghanistan, funded and armed by Iranian Quds Force and IRGC killers. My generation of veterans carry the names of brothers who never came home. Brothers butchered by Iranian-backed roadside bombs and well-armed militias, thousands of our own. We didn't start this war, but under President Trump, we are finishing it. Their war on Americans has become our retribution against their Ayatollah and his death cult. It took the 47th president, a fighter who always puts America first, to finally draw the line after 47 years of Iranian belligerence. He reminded the world, as he has time and time again, being an American means something unbreakable. If you kill Americans, if you threaten Americans anywhere on earth, we will hunt you down without apology and without hesitation, and we will kill you. President Trump has also been very consistent. Crazy regimes like Iran, hell-bent on prophetic Islamist delusions, cannot have nuclear weapons. It's common sense. Many have said it, but it takes guts to actually enforce it, and our president has guts. Iran's stubborn and self-evident nuclear pursuits, their targeting of global shipping lanes, and their swelling arsenal of ballistic missiles and killer drones are no longer tolerable risks. Iran was building powerful missiles and drones to create a conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Let me say that again. A conventional shield for their nuclear blackmail ambitions. Our bases, our people, our allies, all in their crosshairs. Iran had a conventional gun to our head as they tried to lie their way to a nuclear bomb. It almost worked under Obama and his terrible deal, but not under this president. Turns out the regime who chanted death to America and death to Israel was gifted death from America and death from Israel. This is not a so-called regime change war, but the regime sure did change, and the world is better off for it. Today, in their desperation, the enemy is unmasked as Iranian missiles and drones rain down indiscriminately on the hotels, airports, apartments, and other civilian targets of their neighbors. Cowardly terrorist tactics from a regime that for decades has trafficked in cowardly terrorist tactics, lies, death, and destruction to this day. The Iranian leadership has built nothing except proxies and missiles and drones and deeply buried nuclear factories and facilities. Peaceful nuclear ambitions do not need to be buried underneath mountains. Last June, Operation Midnight Hammer obliterated their nuclear program to rubble. Afterward, we told them plainly, that's it, now make a deal. They arrogantly refused. We said, rebuild it, and we'll stop you again, this time far worse. Well, President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, they bent over backwards for real diplomacy, offering pathway after pathway to peace. I watched it. I was there. They tried over and over and over again earnest attempts at peace. The former regime had every chance to make a peaceful and sensible deal. But Tehran was not negotiating. They were stalling, buying time to reload their missile stockpiles and restart their nuclear ambitions. Their goal, hold us hostage, threatening to strike our forces. Well, President Trump doesn't play those games. And as Secretary Rubio said after the Maduro raid, if you don't know, now you know. President Trump puts America and Americans first. He doesn't hesitate, and neither do our troops. The mission of Operation Epic Fury is laser-focused. Destroy Iranian offensive missiles, destroy Iranian missile production, destroy their navy and other security infrastructure, and they will never have nuclear weapons. We're hitting them surgically, overwhelmingly, and unapologetically. With every passing day, our capabilities get stronger and Iran's get weaker. We set the terms of this war, from start to finish. Our ambitions are not utopian. They are realistic, scoped to our interests and the defense of our people and our allies. Speaking of people, we hope the Iranian people take advantage of this incredible opportunity. President Trump has been clear, now is your time. To Iranian security forces, choose wisely. President Trump has also been clear about your fate in either direction. To the media outlets and political left screaming endless wars, stop. This is not Iraq. This is not endless. I was there for both. Our generation knows better, and so does this president. He called the last 20 years of nation-building wars dumb, and he's right. This is the opposite. This operation is a clear, devastating, decisive mission. Destroy the missile threat, destroy the Navy, no nukes. Israel has clear missions as well, for which we are grateful. Capable partners, as we've said since the beginning, capable partners are good partners. Unlike so many of our traditional allies who wring their hands and clutch their pearls, hemming and hawing about the use of force. America, regardless of what so-called international institutions say, is unleashing the most lethal and precise air power campaign in history. B-2s, fighters, drones, missiles, and of course, classified effects. All on our terms, with maximum authorities. No stupid rules of engagement, no nation-building quagmire, no democracy-building exercise, no politically correct wars. We fight to win, and we don't waste time or lives. As the president warned, an effort of this scope will include casualties. War is hell, and always will be. A grateful nation honors the 4 Americans we have lost thus far and those injured. The absolute best of America. May we prosecute the remainder of this operation in a manner that honors them. No apologies, no hesitation, epic fury for them and the thousands of Americans before them, taken too soon by Iranian radicals. Before I turn it over to General Kane for the operational update, let me speak straight to you, the Joint Force, our warriors on the front lines. This is your moment. This is the generational turning point America has waited for since 1979, and since the rudderless wars of hubris my generation, our generation, endured. Don't listen to the noise. Just stay focused. Our commander-in-chief is steady at the wheel. We face a determined enemy, but you are better. But we must prove it every single day. History doesn't care if we're tired, if we're scared, or if the fight feels big. It demands warriors who rise anyway. Peace through strength, the warrior ethos, lethality, unity of purpose, those are not slogans. They're the beating heart of what it means to wear the uniform, that uniform. You think clearly under fire, you act decisively in chaos, you uphold the Constitution, and you uphold our country without hesitation. We are not defenders anymore. We are warriors, trained to kill the enemy and break their will. History is watching. Be the force you swore an oath to be, focused, disciplined, lethal, and unbreakable. We will finish this on America First conditions of President Trump's choosing. Nobody else's, as it should be. And know this above all, President Trump and I have your back, always. Through fire, through criticism, through fake news, through everything. We unleash you because you are the best, most powerful, most lethal fighting force the world has ever seen. May Almighty God watch over you and his providential arms of protection extend over you. Godspeed, warriors, and keep going. General Kane, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, everyone. The purpose of my portion of the briefing today is to update you and the American people on the actions taken thus far. The briefing will discuss the preparation, the planning, setting the force, the early operations, and how we're assessing the progress thus far. So let's get started. On Saturday, 28 February, at 01:15 Eastern Standard Time, 9:45 a.m. local Tehran time, on the orders of the President of the United States, U.S. Central Command, under the command of United States Navy Admiral Brad Cooper, commenced Operation Epic Fury. As I said, I'm going to walk you through the initial phases of the operation, But first, I want to express my deep condolences and the condolences of the Joint Force to the Department of War personnel killed and wounded in actions thus far. As the Secretary said, they're heroes and represent the best of our nation has to offer. They're true examples of what selfless service means. Our deepest and heartfelt condolences are with their families, their friends, and their units. We grieve with you and we will never forget you. Additionally, I stand here before you today grateful for each service member, planner, logistician, operator across our joint force, for our Department of War civilians, our intelligence community teammates, our interagency teammates who continue to stand in harm's way alongside us. I am proud of all of you as you take the fight to the enemy, and we are the best in the world at integrating, period. I want to extend my personal gratitude to the dedicated commanders and senior enlisted leaders and the enlisted members of the Joint Force who are fighting this fight across the CENTCOM AOR. In addition to Admiral Cooper and Fleet Master Chief Compton, I want to highlight a few today. U.S. Army Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Pat Frank, who along with his team are fighting the counter-missile and counter-drone fight. United States Navy Central Command Commander Vice Admiral Kurt Renshaw and his team, who are engaged with the Iranian Navy and projecting American naval combat power from the seas. And United States Air Force Central Command Commander Lieutenant General Derek France and his leadership team, who are crushing Iranian targets from the air. I want to highlight the support to the CENTCOM fight from other combatant commands who are directly involved with this effort, to include U.S. Spacecom, U.S. Cybercom, and U.S. EUCOM. I also want to specifically call out United States Transportation Command and U.S. STRATCOM for their contributions to this fight. We cannot project American combat power at the time and place of our choosing without both. And finally, I want to express how deeply thankful I am for the continued service and sacrifice of the entire Joint Force and their families. Their unwavering commitment and dedication are the cornerstones of this effort. So let me start with a few details. First, to be clear, as the Secretary said, this is not a single overnight operation. The military objectives that CENTCOM and the Joint Force have been tasked with will take some time to achieve, and in some cases will be difficult and gritty work. We expect to take additional losses, and as always, we will work to minimize U.S. losses. But as the Secretary said, this is major combat operations. So let me talk about the preparation and the planning. On February 28th, the full strength of America's armed forces came together in a unified purpose against a capable and determined adversary. The United States Army, Navy, Marine Corps, Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, and our reserve components integrated across our combatant commands and began coordinated operations with the Israeli armed forces of an unprecedented scale. As the Secretary laid out, our military objectives are clear. Our mission is to protect and defend ourselves and, together with our regional partners, prevent Iran from the ability to project power outside of its borders and be ready for follow-on actions as appropriate. Across every domain, land, air, sea, cyber, the U.S. Joint Force delivered synchronized and layered effects designed to disrupt, degrade, deny, and destroy Iran's ability to conduct and sustain combat operations. On the U.S. side, this marked the culmination of months and in some cases years of deliberate planning and refinement against this particular target set. From precision strikes against key military infrastructure to persistent intelligence and targeting integration to the close coordination of the components across vast distances, this operation again demonstrated America's reach, readiness, and professionalism, and that of our joint united force. It was historic not only in the operational scope, but in the level of joint integration displayed across every element of the joint force. And as I said earlier, this work is just beginning and will continue. So now to talk a little bit about setting the force and setting the theater. On the order of the Secretary of War over the last 30 days to reinforce deterrence and provide the President with credible options should action be required, the Joint Force began to systematically reposition assets and personnel across the region. These movements ensured that U.S. forces remained postured, protected, and ready to respond decisively for any emerging threat. This deployment included thousands of service members from all branches, hundreds of advanced fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens of refueling tankers, the Lincoln and Ford Carrier Strike Group and their embarked air wings, sustained flow of munitions, fuel, supplies, all supported with command and control, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance network. And the flow of forces continues today. In fact, Admiral Cooper will receive additional forces even today. This rapid buildup of forces demonstrated the Joint Forces' ability to adapt and project power at the time and place of our nation's choosing. I want to highlight a couple specific cases for you. The Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group, which many of you know was down in the Western Hemisphere, redeployed across the Atlantic to set the theater. The ship, her crew, their families, and the entire strike group took a deep breath and, as they always do, began planning to conduct combat operations. The integrated Reserve and National Guard forces have continued to demonstrate the value of America's reserve forces, including the Wisconsin Army National Guard operating in Kuwait and Iraq, and Air National Guard units from a variety of states to include Vermont and Virginia. In the case of the Vermont Air National Guard and the 158th Fighter Wing, they were mobilized for Operation Absolute Resolve and then were tasked to take their F-35As across the Atlantic instead of going home to be prepared to support this operation. The same is with our Air National Guard and Air Force Reserve Command tanker and mobility forces, who stepped right out of their civilian jobs to deploy and to protect the region. Lastly, I want to highlight the unsung heroes of warfare, our American logisticians and sustainment force, those who quietly work every day behind the scenes to project and sustain America's combat power. Our leaders from World War II were right when they said professionals do logistics. As regional tensions rose, the Joint Force elevated our force protection measures on the order of the Secretary and repositioned discreetly civilians and non-essential personnel designed to ensure the safety and security of our joint force. By the time operations began, only essential forces remained on our bases and in theater, all ready, capable to respond. So now let me move to H hour. At 3:38 p.m. on Friday, February 27th, the United States Central Command, through the Secretary of War, received the final go order from President Trump. The President directed, and I quote, "Operation Epic Fury is approved. No aborts. Good luck," close quote. In the region, every element of the Joint Force made their final preparations. Air defense batteries readied themselves, checking their systems to respond to Iranian attacks. Pilots and crews rehearsed their strike packages for the final time. Air crews began loading their final weapons, and two carrier strike groups began to move towards their launching points. Across the globe, our operations centers came alive in Tampa, Florida, here at the Pentagon, and of course forward in the Central Command AOR. As always, operational security was paramount as we sought to maintain and sustain the element of surprise. This operation was highly classified so that at H hour, the enemy would see one thing: speed, surprise, and violence of action. The first movers were U.S. Cybercom and U.S. Spacecom, layering non-kinetic effects, disrupting and degrading and blinding Iran's ability to see, communicate, and respond. At H hour, the beginning of major combat operations, 01:15 local Eastern Daylight Time, 9:45 local AM Tehran time, as dawn crept up across the Central Command AOR, the skies surged to life. More than 100 aircraft launched from land, sea, fighters, tankers, airborne early warning, electronic attack, bombers from the states, and unmanned platforms, forming a single synchronized wave. This was a daylight strike based on a trigger event conducted by the Israeli Defense Forces, enabled by the U.S. intelligence community. The first shooters at sea were Tomahawks unleashed by the United States Navy, closed in on Iranian naval forces, and began to conduct strikes across the southern flank in Iran. On the ground, forces fired precision standoff weapons, measured, deliberate, precise, and lethal. This was a massive, overwhelming attack across all domains of warfare, striking more than 1,000 targets in the first 24 hours. We are now roughly 57 hours into the operation. In the initial phase, CENTCOM's focus was systematic targeting of Iranian's command and control infrastructure, naval forces, ballistic missile sites, and intelligence infrastructure designed to daze and confuse them. Coordinated space and cyber operations effectively disrupted communications and sensor networks across the area of responsibility, leaving the adversary without the ability to see, coordinate, or respond effectively. The combined impact of these strikes, swift, precise, and overwhelming, has resulted in the establishment of local air superiority. This air superiority will not only enhance the protection of our forces, but also allow them to continue the work over Iran. Over the course of the last 2 days, the Joint Force has launched hundreds of missions from land and sea and delivered tens of thousands of pieces of ordnance. The effort continues to scale. This included American B-2 bombers, which again, similar to Midnight Hammer, flew a 37-hour round-trip sortie from the continental United States, dropping precision, penetrating munitions on Iranian underground facilities across the southern flank and slightly deeper. Additionally, Israel has separately executed hundreds of sorties against hundreds of targets. Beyond Air Force and Navy aircraft strike packages, coordinated salvos of precision standoff weapons from across the region have neutralized hundreds of pre-planned targets. As I mentioned earlier, in support of these kinetic operations, U.S. Cybercom and Spacecom have continuously layered effects to disrupt, disorient, and confuse the enemy. I will note that this operation had several combat firsts, which I'll allow at some point in the future Admiral Cooper to talk about since he owns the AOR. While we've prosecuted a relentless offensive campaign, our defense has been equally important. Across the theater, operations have remained steady and disciplined. Once again, our integrated air and missile defense network is performing exactly as it's intended. U.S. Patriot and THAAD batteries, along with ballistic missile defense-capable Navy destroyers, continue to coordinate and execute intercepts with precision and consistency. I wish that every American could hear the voice communications like I have as these joint operations centers remain calm, focused, and cool while executing under fire over and over again. Collectively, these systems have intercepted hundreds of ballistic missiles targeting U.S. forces, our partners, and regional stability. The threat from one-way attack UAVs has remained persistent. Our systems have proven effective in countering these platforms, engaging targets rapidly. Each intercept represents hundreds of hours of training, readiness, and technology all coming together to work as designed. We will remain vigilant in the counter-UAV fight. And the defense of the region is not ours alone. As the threat grew, our partners surged in beside us. Air defense batteries in Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, Jordan, and Saudi Arabia joined the fight, proof positive that years of training, trust, and hard-earned integration pay off. I am aware of the loss of 3 U.S. Air Force F-15Es overnight in the region. I am grateful for the safety of the crews, and we know that this was not from hostile enemy fire. As this matter's under investigation, I'll not comment further on this. Let me close. Operations will remain active across the theater and across the globe. The U.S. forces are postured not only to maintain pressure, but to respond and adapt as required. Operation Epic Fury stands as a reminder of what the United States military uniquely delivers: the ability to project power on a global scale with speed, surprise, precision, and overwhelming force when and where our nation requires it. What we've demonstrated over the past several days reflects years of investment in readiness, joint integration, and professionalism of the joint force. As major combat operations continue across CENTCOM, we remain engaged globally. America's joint force retains the credibility, capacity, and flexibility to respond to any contingency anywhere in the world at any time. To those who would test our resolve or threaten the United States, our allies, or our interests, understand clearly we can reach you, we can sustain the fight, and we can scale the fight, and we will prevail. To the American people, your joint force remains steady, frosty, calm, and focused. Your service members are trained, disciplined, and determined. We understand the risks of this mission and the weight of the responsibility that we carry. We also recognize that our families also shoulder the burden at home. You are a part of this too. I am proud today, as I am every day, to stand as a member of America's joint force. There is no mission too complex, no distance too great, and no adversary too determined for the men and women who wear our nation's uniform. We mourn our fallen, we honor their families, and we continue our mission with focus, unity, and strength. And now I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right here. Go ahead.
Thank you for your time. What percentage of Iranian long-strike capabilities are still in the fight, and what is our exit strategy here, and when will it be deployed?
Well, they have long-range strike capabilities, which we are hyper-focused on. The brief we got just this morning, Admiral Cooper knows exactly and precisely what kind of threat matrix he's looking at, the way they might change their techniques, and how we adapt to that. So we're making sure the theater commander has absolutely everything he needs. I mean, one of the things the chairman mentioned is for months and months, even before we built up, we ensured that we had maximum defensive capabilities in theater to allow the president the decision space in the future. So even before this buildup in the last 30 days, we discreetly brought defensive assets in to make sure, understanding that there are Iranian capabilities. As far as time frame, I would never hang a time frame from our perspective. The commander-in-chief sets the op tempo and terms of this fight. As I said, it's on his terms. And we'll make sure that Admiral Cooper and his team have everything they need, not just to defend. I mean, the best defense is good offense. And so we're aggressively pushing into that airspace over that southern flank to ensure that we control it and we destroy anything that moves that would attempt to shoot us. Think of it as shooting the archer instead of the arrows. That's where we want to be. And we have the kind of exquisite intelligence to get over the top, find that and destroy it. It won't happen overnight. This is a big battle space with a lot of capabilities. That's part of the reason why it's such a threat to us. That's why I talk about conventional umbrella to blackmail nuclear ambitions. They were building up this conventional arsenal in order to ensure that no one would ever block them from their ability to get nuclear weapons. So we're very clear-eyed about the nature of this Iranian threat, and we're going to get after it. I don't know if you have anything to add to that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the question. The only thing I'll add is that unlike an operation, a single operation like Midnight Hammer or Absolute Resolve, it'll take some time for us to conduct battle damage assessment, and the targeting cycle that CENTCOM will run will take those things into effect. Admiral Cooper will adjust his plan and fires accordingly to ensure that we're attriting that. He's focused on long-range strike capability coming out of the enemy, and that's a key and essential part of it.
Of the capabilities capabilities that still exist from the enemy front?
Yeah, that's what I mean when I say we're still doing BDA. Normally we'd be able to see a singular thing and we'd assess pretty quickly. He's doing offense and assessment simultaneously, so it'll take longer for us to assess than it would in a single operation.
Secretary Hegseth, thank you. Reagan Reese with the Daily Caller. 2 questions for you. The president said yesterday in his video message that we will leave Iran when we complete all of our objectives. What are our objectives? And can you share more information on how the soldiers who were killed were killed?
Well, I laid out the objectives, as did the chairman. They're completely nested. I mean, Iran has an ability to project power against us and our allies in ways that we can't tolerate. So whether that's ballistic missiles and drones, so offensive capabilities, effectively their navy, which would attempt to set other terms and impose different costs, drone capabilities, which we laid out there. And ultimately, though, this tying it back to Midnight Hammer, the president has been willing to make a deal. You can't have a nuclear bomb. Radical Islamists can't have a nuclear bomb that they wield against the world. He gave them every single opportunity. Then we precisely took it away. And even then, after that, they didn't have that. They didn't come to the table with a willingness to give it away. So ultimately, those nuclear ambitions, which never ceased, are something that had to be addressed as well. So that's a discrete sense of what's being addressed here to ensure that they can't use that conventional umbrella to continue a pursuit of nuclear ambitions. And then as it pertains to the U.S. casualties, that particular incident was, you have air defenses and the lot's coming in and you hit most of it. And we absolutely do. We have incredible air defenders. Every once in a while, you might have one, unfortunately, we call it a squirter that makes its way through. And in that particular case, it happened to hit a tactical operations center that was fortified, but these are powerful weapons. So we certainly will do, as I said, moments like that as we remember them and we take care of them and take care of their families only stiffen our resolve to ensure that we do this properly.
Thank you.
Yep. Right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. I had 2 questions for you. First, are there currently any American boots on the ground in Iran?
No, but we're not going to go into the exercise of what we will or will not do. I think it's one of those fallacies for a long time that this department or presidents or others should tell the American people, and our enemies, by the way, here's exactly what we'll do. Here's exactly how long we'll go. Here's exactly how far we'll go. Here's what we're willing to do and not do. It's foolishness. And so President Trump ensures that our enemies understand we'll go as far as we need to go to advance American interests. But we're not dumb about it. You don't have to roll 200,000 people in there and stay for 20 years. We've proven that you can achieve objectives that advance American interests without being foolish about it. Now, will we be bold about it? Are we willing to be decisive about it? Do we put months and months of planning into what kind of effects we want to achieve? Absolutely. But going forward, why in the world would we tell you, the enemy, anybody, what we will or will not do in pursuit of an objective? We fight to win. We fight to achieve the objectives the President of the United States has laid out. And we will do so unapologetically. Thank you.
Is there any significance to Israel carrying out this strike to kill the Ayatollah? And I wanted to know, what was your immediate reaction to finding out about his killing?
I think Israel did a great job in the conduct of that operation.
President Trump put a 4-week timeline
right
on
here.
it. Are you
Please.
saying that's wrong?
Yeah, thank you. You mentioned during the briefing, General Kane, that there would be additional troops sent to the region. Could you say how many troops currently are involved in this operation and how many additional troops are planned to go in this next phase?
I don't want to talk specifics because that would tip the enemy off. We have more tactical aviation flowing into theater just based on the time it took to get it out there. I think we're just about where we want to be in terms of total combat capacity and total combat power for Admiral Cooper. One of the things, though, that a commander, he'll consistently assess the trajectory of the campaign. Is he on or off trajectory? And then make an ask of the joint force, which will then develop options for consideration by the Secretary and the President to either increase or in some cases decrease the amount of combat capability that we have over there.
I heard the question about about 4 weeks. It's the typical NBC sort of gotcha type question. President Trump has all the latitude in the world to talk about how long it may or may not take. 4 weeks, 2 weeks, 6 weeks. It could move up. It could move back. We're going to execute at his command the objectives we've set out to achieve. And what he has shown an ability to do that other presidents can't quite seem to have the aperture to do, well, I mean, Joe Biden didn't even know what he was doing, is to look for opportunities and off-ramps and escalations for the United States that creates new opportunities to execute what we need on our own timeline. So you can play games about 4 weeks, 5 weeks. He has all the latitude, and I'm glad he does, because there's no better communicator than our president expressing those things. I've been in meetings with the president for the last 2.5 days. We know exactly where his headspace is, and he will communicate as he should exactly what he would like, and we will follow those orders. And I think everything he said on that is right down the middle.
Chairman, did you
Absolutely.
have
Yes, right there. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary. I left my hometown of Sakis in Iranian Kurdistan in 1996. Can you promise that I will be able to return home safely this year? And I have a following question too, please.
I appreciate the question. I'm not here to place guarantees on that, but I think the message the president has given has been clear to the people of Iran. This is your moment. The world was seized by these crowds and then seized by the reality of this regime killing tens of thousands of innocent protesters. So we saw the nature of the regime yet again exposed. We saw many of the Iranian people seek a change there. This is their moment to take advantage of it, for sure.
You served in Iraq and know that no American soldiers were killed in Kurdistan. The Kurdish people are very pro-American. Will you continue to protect Kurdistan and Peshmerga as loyal ally of the United States? Why I'm asking this question? Because now Kurdistan is under attack by Iranian drones and by proxies in Iraq and on the region.
I think I can speak to allies generally in the region who we've been in constant communication with. We have been standing shoulder to shoulder with them, and we appreciate their capabilities. Absolutely. Yes, right here.
Hi, thank you. Cameron Arkin with the Daily Wire. My question is about some of the domestic threats, if any, regarding this right now. Have there been any concerns about Iranian sleeper cells, and kind of what has the Trump administration been doing to kind of monitor these threats?
Across the interagency, in full coordination. Of course, we're paying attention to any potentialities there. This is a former regime, a regime that seeks to export that ideology and try to sow terror. We're ready for that. We've seen these types of folks before, and the American people can rest assured that we're vigilant on that.
Right here.
Secretary, thank you. Kind of a follow-up on that last question. There was just this, what appears to be a terrorist attack in Austin yesterday. How does that change the operation at all? What effect does that have? And
it doesn't change the operation at all, and I know the authorities are executing exactly the way they should.
Secretary Higseth, and one for Chairman Kane as well. I understand, to your point here, that you don't want to broadcast everything for our adversaries to hear, but the American people also want to know what they're sending their men and women to war for. Is there a concern of this spiraling into a longer war? And then one for the chairman when you're done.
Did you not hear my remarks? I mean, we're ensuring the mission gets accomplished, but we are very clear-eyed, as the president has been, unlike other presidents, about the foolish policies of the past that recklessly pulled us in to things that were not tethered to actual clear objectives. So we know, we have plans, we have generals, we have chairmen, we have commanders, CENTCOM commanders, Admiral Cooper, who's executing very deliberately to ensure outcomes that I laid out are accomplished. But we would never, in front of a press pool, lay out how long that may take. The mission for our warfighters, which is what matters to us, is very, very clear. And they're executing it right now violently.
And just for the chairman quickly, I have one for the chairman. You said this is not a one-night operation. It will take time to achieve the goals. What would be the goal line here for you?
I think the Secretary laid out the military objectives, and that's what we execute against, is the military objectives.
Last one right here.
Thank you, sir. As you've said, there are a large amount of U.S. service members that are in harm's way right now. What is your prayer for them?
First of all, my prayer for them is that I do pray for them. My wife prays for them. Our family prays for them. Our cabinet prays for them. None of this is done on a whim. Having been in their boots, having been in their shoes, having been in their flight suits, I know we think about them with every decision that we make and every recommendation that we make to the President of the United States. Those recommendations are made prayerfully. And when I pray every day for them and for this mission, I pray simply for the biblical wisdom to see what is right and the courage to do it. It's going to take courage to follow through on this. There's going to be a lot of noise, and we pray for that, and we hope all of you do as well. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that was the press conference. That was the press conference at the Pentagon. Maybe I'll take a couple comments quickly here. If you haven't been with us, we have been on all night because there was breaking updates, so we did another stream, and then we powered through so we could bring you the press conference coverage. One of our viewers said, did it even come up? One of the viewers just said, did they even mention the friendly fire incident? I don't remember. Wasn't it briefly mentioned? I think it was. Wasn't it briefly mentioned? And it was like it's being looked into. I think one of them mentioned it briefly. Nobody asked about it. But I think it was briefly mentioned, if I remember right. And they said, we're not going to, whoever said it said, we're not going to talk about the details. Yes. So it did come up briefly. Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to check some of the comments here. Yeah, I don't know if I'm in a bit of a reduced efficiency state. I don't know if I heard anything that that was totally surprising, or some kind of revelation about the operation that I was just shocked at. Well, let me take a few more comments here. I mean, he was asked about, Secretary Hegseth was asked about how, excuse me, about how the soldiers died in that incident. And it wasn't a lot of detail given on that. So he said that, he suggested that sometimes these things, the drone, did he even say it was a drone? Sometimes they get through. Anyways, I'd have to go back and listen to it, but it really didn't go into much detail on it. Let's see here. Dragon PC said no one even asked about the authority to go to war. Well, again, it's like that. It's a little strange because part of me feels that's like a political question and not a military question. But it was interesting to me because, Secretary Hegseth came out and to me in his intro was kind of a political intro. He was giving this defense and rationalization of the whole thing. This was not just a military-focused press conference. I'll have to maybe go back and watch some of it again when I get some sleep. But it was definitely, I'm not saying what you have to think about this, but when Hegseth gave his intro, it was certainly a defense of the whole operation, a political defense. I don't know enough, I don't remember enough about past secretaries of defense to know how much they did that. Perhaps it's standard, I don't know. Maybe they'll have another one of these. I mean, it's kind of it's early in this operation, you know, so who knows what'll happen next with all the developments so far. So what I think we're going to do we've been covering a bunch tonight. We've been covering the again, if you missed it, the Kuwait accidentally shot down 3 American planes. Fortunately, all the crew survived, but that's a whole thing. And then we also have been covering that things like Saudi Arabia is reported to have shut down one of the world's largest refineries, oil refineries, because because the refinery got attacked with drones. Qatar Energy, which is the biggest, I believe they might be the biggest producer of liquefied natural gas in the world, and they produce 20% of the world's liquefied natural gas. Qatar Energy said they're not, for the moment, they're not producing liquefied natural gas anymore because they were attacked militarily, I assume by Iran. So that happened. And we've been covering all kinds of things. But anyways, there's so much going on. Israel says they're going to conduct this multi-day operation against Hezbollah, and they've given all these evacuation orders to people in Lebanon. So that's going on. Continued reports of lots of airstrikes by Israel in the U.S. in Iran. That's all going on. So where is this all going? I don't know. What am I forgetting just from the last broadcast? Oh, and then there's unclear if there was a report of a ship getting hit by a couple projectiles, and there's a question of whether it's a U.S. ship. I'll have to get into that later. So so much going on. I'm sure we'll be covering, but I'll probably go to sleep, and then when I wake up, we'll cover more. Oh, Beirut, hold on. Look what's going on in Beirut. There was just a strike in Beirut. Right now, strike in Beirut right now. I'm going to rewind it for you guys. This just happened. Let's look at the Beirut cam right now. Look at this right now, right now, right now. Right now, hold on. Right now, this is happening right now. This is live. This is in Beirut live. We're seeing strikes in Beirut right now. Breaking news. This is Beirut, Lebanon. I can rewind it and play it, but this is live, so let's look at this. Again, this is expected because Israel said they were carrying out strikes on Hezbollah targets, and I know among those targets were Beirut targets. So this was going to happen. What I'm going to do is, it just happened, so I can rewind a few seconds and let you, oh, I misspelled it, but Clearly a strike in Beirut, we just saw. Thanks for saying something about the I think we just heard the delayed bang there. Look at this, look at this. Wow. Live coverage. Israel is striking Hezbollah targets in Beirut right now. Remember, yesterday, I think it was, Hezbollah fired rockets at Israel for the first time since November 2024. And Israel said they were going to carry out a forceful response. By the way, for those watching on Facebook, we're almost at 8 hours. So sometime in the next couple minutes, if you're watching on Facebook, Facebook ends the stream after 8 hours. So if I see that the Facebook stream ends, I will restart it. But if you're watching on Facebook, you might have to watch the new stream because only for Facebook, they ended after 8 hours. So just a heads up. Why don't I rewind a second and show you when this happened moments ago. Give me one moment. I'm going to just rewind and replay when that actually happened. Give me just a second here, guys. All right, here it is. I have it queued up. I'm going to play you moments ago. Here is what it looked like when Israel carried out this strike. Moments ago. Here it is. Playing it for you right now. Wow. So again, Israel striking Hezbollah targets, Hezbollah-related targets in Beirut. Hezbollah, a Iranian-supported group in Lebanon who launched rockets at Israel in support of Iran yesterday. Now I'm gonna go back to the live. I'm gonna forward this to live. There is the live shot coming up right now. Right there. That's live. Aftermath right in there. I want to thank a couple people. Hold on while I have a second. I owe a couple thank yous here. Thank you so much to Marty Hagwood. Thanks very much, Marty Hagwood. I appreciate that. And I'm just behind on thanking people. Laura Vasquez Garcia. Thank you, Laura. Gray Girl. Neo Monk, Jeff 0360, Laura in Detroit, Donnie Davio, Silly Goose, Mike K, Nita Charon, Daniel Lind, John Oliver, Chrissy S411, Live Animal, Crint Perigui, Mika Mvia, Live Animal, Mr. Eon, Pabloa, Dodger Blue to You, E119, E199, John Oliver again, Brenton Schlabach, R. Leia 74, Walking Roscoe, Miss Nagger, Happening Hapner. Thank you, Brian Rader. Montana Lara Music. Aisha Explains All. UEF Mike P. Shrado 02, Deborah Balke, Bravely O, John Coman. Soham Panja. Hearing some gunfire of some sort. Swig 607, the one and only. Breed Leo. Also, Paper City Gamer on Twitch, Jeff Derry. Old Man Yells at Clouds. Ashimat. Uh-oh. I bet the stream ended on Facebook. I may have to restart the Facebook stream. For how long, I don't know. No, it's still live on Facebook. I think it's going to be ending automatic. If you're watching on Facebook, Facebook will probably automatically end the stream soon because it will hit 8 hours. I'll have to restart it. OP Bangs. Thank you. Uh-oh.
De notre pays pour la dissuasion nucléaire.
Hold on, I'm hearing something from a different. I have something on live that I need to turn off.
Le sous-marin nucléaire lanceur d'engins Le Téméraire qui vous fait face prendra la mer.
Something is clear. Oh, I got it.
Il disparaîtra.
I got it.
Dans une discrétion absolue et jouera.
I got it. So in the coming days, there could be a lot. There's going to be a lot of, Israel has told people in many parts of Lebanon, especially southern Lebanon, to evacuate. There's going to be a lot more strikes in Lebanon. There might be a bunch more strikes in the southern suburbs of Beirut, like this one. Thank you also, STL Pinstriping, and Ook2D, Jojo I Am, Get on my level, who I think might be in the UAE maybe? Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, UAE. Thanks for watching from the UAE. Jazz Jade also. Jojo I Am, Heavenly Intervention, Silly Goose. Shout out to our moderators who are still here. Really appreciate them. Beth Mythical. Robert's May Queen, thank you. Big Ball of Yarn, DeBears, LB Prairie on Idaho Star. I got that fire, Shirley Dev. Thank you for moderating. Linda Bell, Glary, Misha. I'm hearing two of myself. Sorry about that. Okay. I have to restart the Facebook stream. The Facebook stream just ended, so I have to restart the Facebook stream now, even though I don't know how much longer we're going to be on for. But I have to restart the Facebook stream. I'll do it right now. I restarted it. If you missed it, I want to just one more time play for you what happened in Beirut minutes ago. Let me just replay it one more time for people who didn't see it, because it's quite a striking video, and I'm trying to find the right words for it. So you might find it a bit shocking when you see stuff like this. Here's minutes ago in Beirut, Lebanon. Just to see in the middle of the city during the daytime. Hold on, you'll see it right now. Give it a moment. I tried to queue it up. Might take a second. Thought I queued it up. We'll give it a second. Any moment now. Sorry. Give it a second. Right there. Wow. So that was a short while ago. And then I'm gonna, here's what it looks like right now. That's the live shot coming up. By the way, thank you to Scoo32956, Live Animal, thank you, MN, Hot Mess, OG Tutti. Color in Canvas from Cape Cod, thank you. Also, Alejandro Varas Galvez, thank you, Alejandro. Crystal Elliott, thank you, Crystal. Sal Potestivo Jr., Sal Potestivo Jr. on Patreon, thank you so much. Soon I am definitely going to have to get some sleep, guys. I know there's kind of always stuff going on, but we'll have to get some sleep and come back and cover it some more. We have been up all night. But take a couple minutes. We'll take a couple minutes and see what we see for the next couple minutes. But again, Israel has said that they're going to carry out operations for days. For days. Oh, camera's moving over. Camera's moving over. Something else being seen? Hey, guys. Oh, guys. There's another explosion. Another explosion. Hold on. I'm gonna let you look at this for a second. I'll be right back in 1 minute. But it looks like another fire or explosion or something. Hang on one moment. Thanks, guys, for your patience. I didn't see what happened over there. It looks like maybe there was another strike. There might have been another strike. Because the camera panned over and there was all this smoke coming out. It is 4:26 p.m. Beirut time. That is the second. I assume that was a strike there. I'm going to double check something. Yes, so that I'm looking at Lebanese media, and they say that this was a new strike. Maybe I'll rewind it for a second so you can see that second strike. What was it here? Where was that? Hold on. Let me just queue up. Let me queue up the second strike just so we could see that again. We were watching the remnants of the first one, and then all of a sudden the camera moved over to show it the second one, the new one. Here it is right here. So again, this is moments ago. Moments ago, so we were watching the first one, and then the camera moved over, and then look what happens here. The camera moves over. Hang on. And then look what happens right here. This is the second one. That's number 2. Crazy. Yeah, I didn't hear a boom for that one, but again, I read. I was looking at Lebanese media, and they were saying it was another strike. All right, so let's make this live now. Hold on. That says stand by. I'll go to the other one. That says stand by. I'll just go to the other one. I have the other one. There's the other. That's live. That's a live shot right there. It's the other feed.
وتساوي تعين انت وتشوف قالوا يعني تشوف زي معلش خلص زي
I think the IDF said something before. Hold on. Did the IDF release a statement in the last few minutes? Let's see. Again, the IDF is carrying out strikes against Hezbollah. They say the IDF chief of general staff in Israel said in a statement, among other things, "We will continue to insist that Hezbollah be disarmed. This is a demand we will not relinquish. The IDF will not conclude the campaign before the threat from Hezbollah is eliminated." Oh, I got the other video back. About an hour ago, the IDF said the IDF has begun striking Hezbollah terror targets throughout Lebanon. Oh, hold on. Netanyahu is speaking. Hold on. There's a Netanyahu is speaking, I think, right now. Give me a moment here. This might be in Hebrew, though.
מיגון מציל חיים.
I don't think this is going to be in English. This is near Jerusalem, where 9 Israelis were killed by an Iranian missile yesterday.
העיר היום באבל, אנחנו נמצאים היום בתשע לוויות. זה אירוע שכבד על העיר, קשה לעיר, ואנחנו מקווים שבימים האלה, ימי הפורים, יהפכו לנו מיגון לשמחה.
אז קודם כל, אזרחי ישראל, אני מבקש מכם למלא אחר הוראות פיקוד העורף. הן מצילות חיים, הם הצילו הרבה חיים כאן. הרבה חיים כאן. אבל לצערנו, לא את כולם, משום שהיו אנשים שלצערי לא היו בתוך מתחמים מוגנים, ואני שולח תנחומים למשפחות שאיבדו את יקיריהן. אני שולח גם איחולי החלמה מלאה, מהירה, לפצועים. ואנחנו עוזרים, אנחנו נעזור. אני רוצה להודות לצוותי ההצלה והשיקום. אנחנו נבנה מחדש ונבנה עוד יותר. זה אני אומר לך. זה חשוב, ותאמר את זה גם לאזרחים, בשמי ובשם...
So again, this is at...
אנחנו ביום השלישי של המערכה.
This is at the site in Beit Shemesh where a Iranian missile fell and killed 9 Israelis and injured more than 40. So he's speaking there. But it's not in English, so I'm not going to worry about it right this moment. That is live. That's a live shot. Just to go back here, that's live from... from Beirut. Breaking news. Wow, so the Stena Imperative was damaged. Hey, so it turns out that the Stena, there's a U.S. ship there's a U.S. ship, the Stena Imperative, that was hit in the port of Bahrain today. An oil tanker that's part of a U.S. military fuel procurement program has been damaged in the Persian Gulf, says Bloomberg. Reuters is reporting it too. So, again, Iranian forces hit this tanker ship, a U.S. flagged tanker ship. Let me tell you a little more about that. Sal Mercogliano posted about it too. who's a shipping expert, he said, according to the UK, yeah, so this was the announcement about it. This was the announcement about it. Right here. This is the apparently this is the ship. UK MTO advisory. UK MTO received a report of an incident in the port of Bahrain. The company security officer reported the vessel had been struck by 2 unknown projectiles, causing a fire. The fire has been extinguished, and the vessel remains in port. All members of the ship's crew are safe and have evacuated the vessel. This is a U.S. flagged ship called the Stena Imperative, and that ship is a member of the U.S. Department of Transport, U.S. Maritime Administration Tanker Security Program. It's a tanker. So that happened as well. We were wondering before if it was that ship. Sal Mercogliano, who's a shipping expert, Sal Mercogliano says traffic is still holding on both sides of the Strait of Hormuz. And he said like something like this will probably cause the escalation in strikes on ships and friendly fire incidents resulting in the shoot-down of multiple U.S. aircraft will probably cause ships to remain in anchorages and await further developments. Oh, he spoke in English? I missed him speaking in English. Well, I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. Sorry about that, Netanyahu. But from what I'm hearing, not that much traffic is going through the Strait of Hormuz right now. And normally, I think about 20% of the world's oil passes through there. How is the stock market? Dow is down about 0.9%, S&P down 0.7%, NASDAQ down 0.6%, Russell 2000 down 1.7%. Not huge moves. Oil prices have gone up. Brent crude is up almost 8% for the day. European gas futures surged. Says Wall Street Journal. All right, I think it's going to be time. I think it's going to be time to do this, guys. I got to get some rest. But we'll have more coverage. We will have more coverage. But I got to get some rest. So I really appreciate people joining the stream. By the way, thanks SKU32956 and Live Animal and MN, our member, and Hot Mess and Jojo I Am. Hold on a second. Is this new? Is something new happening? No, I think they're just zooming in. Well, I'll keep an eye on this. I'll keep an eye on this situation here. But again, we will have more coverage. So I really appreciate everybody tuning in. And we already did the whole thing, the whole goodbye thing 3 hours ago. But then we stayed on the air. All right, so subscribe, follow, turn on the notifications for the channel. We have our own notifications. They work great, so you get an advanced notification when we're going live, because I never know when it's going to happen. I never know when big news is going to happen. The mods will post a link for the free notifications in the chat. You can also find it in the description of this video on YouTube and Facebook, but sign up for the free notifications so you find out when we're going live. You can also follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live, but have a way of finding out. The notifications are the best way to find out when we're going live in advance so you don't miss a stream. Okay? And I very much appreciate people watching and sending me your comments and sending me your updates that you're hearing. And sorry we can't take all the comments, but we'll take more next time. So thanks for writing in and writing in the chat. Also, again, our moderators, incredible. Thank you so much. They're the ones that allow us to have our chat rooms. Huge thanks to our moderators. Shout them out again, if you give me a second here. On Twitch, thank you, moderators. Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Idaho Star, I got that fire, Surly Dev. Huge thank you. Thank you so much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha on X. And give me one quick moment here. Ruth moderating, thank you so much, Ruth. Roberts May Queen, thank you. All of our other moderators over there, huge thanks. And Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson. In the chat. Oops. Also, I'm hearing two of myself. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, Tina Niazi, thank you for moderating. Thanks so much again, everybody, for donating. That is so nice of you guys. You are the ones who allow this channel to exist and be on the air with your support and allow me to buy video, news video and stuff. So huge thanks. Again, as usual, I will post on my X account updates. You can follow me over on X if you'd like for news updates when we're not live. At Lookner. Right there, at Lookner. Oopsie, hold on. And if you're on X, if you want a heads up when we're going live, follow Agenda Free TV on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there before we go live. Post updates about the channel. All right. We do have a Discord chat where you can chat for free when we're not on the air with other viewers. It's the same link as the free notifications link if you want to check out the Discord chat. And also, what was I going to say? Thank you to our Discord mods who help us out on Discord. Thank you so much. And also, for those of you on Facebook, turn on the Facebook notifications so you get notified over there when we're live. And the way you do that is you got to subscribe to the channel. You'll see it in a second. If you want to do that, subscribe to the channel, click on the bell, and choose all notifications. If you're already subscribed, make sure you click the bell and choose all notifications. And shout out to, oopsie, hold on. Shout out to all of our supporters, our Facebook subscribers like Barry Eisler, Christy Claft, thank you so much, and all of our other Facebook subscribers. I got to get some rest. Thanks Derek Ingalls for the stars. Hold on a second here. Susan Priest Buchner, Alicia Rivers, thanks for the stars. Anders Goranson, thanks for the stars as well. All of our other Facebook, and thanks Shannon Davis Hughes for moderating. I really appreciate it. All of our other Facebook subscribers, our Twitch subscribers, thanks so much. Wall Street Shaggy. Oh, by the way, thanks to RWMS on Twitch, Long John Daily, Paper City Gamer, Jeff Derry 1, Old Man Yells at Clouds, Osh Hemat, Hawaiian Hooligan. Thank you. We might do a split screen next time. Right now we're getting off, but maybe next time. We had some split screen tonight, but the problem is usually we haven't had more than one thing that's really worth having on the screen the whole time. But we'll have more. Thank you, Hawaiian Hooligan. Amelian, Wall Street, Shaggy, Fornax, Alper, Klobby, thanks for subscribing over there. Static X, Grant 74P, all of our other subscribers on Twitch, and our YouTube members, thank you so much. Crypto King, Miss Curvy, Gary Baines, Makes Great Soup, Sokadeb. Hey, thanks also Nasser Cosme for watching from Morocco. Joe Hart, thanks for being a member. K Mino, Miss Curvy, Reddy Samedi, J.K. Sinar, Eric Johnson, Patricia Grace, MRE Lunchable, Truth Will Set You Free, Downey Lynn, B. Earhart, Winding Road, Gav House, The Ringa X, and all of our other viewers, Captain Fowl, Sebastian Ponce, Frozen Bags Melting, Anthony. Thanks, Red Squirrel. I appreciate it, Red Squirrel. So again, we'll have more coverage. Sorry for any big developments we miss, but all right, wrapping it up. I am wrapping this up. Got to get off the air. Got to get some rest. So again, thanks everybody for watching. More coverage soon. Thanks Confusing. Thanks Jay Stubbles. Now, President Trump isn't doing a speech about this. I think President Trump is doing an appearance. He's giving somebody a Medal of Honor ceremony. That's at 11 a.m. Eastern. President Trump is supposed to be doing a Medal of Honor ceremony at 11 a.m. Eastern. Right now it's almost 10 a.m. Eastern. Okay. I'll be back when I've rested up and I've eaten. Thanks also Paul Lewis for watching. Andy Eads, thank you. Aaron Van Ness, thanks for subscribing. Leia Arumpak. All right, wrapping this up. Thank you for watching. And let me just make sure of something here. It's time. Okay. That's it. Thanks for watching. Thank you again to our moderators. And we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.